Chapter 1500. The great king of inspiration let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His entire body was bleeding profusely. Even though he was an heretic of the immortal court, he was still a grand heavenly immortal who had attained the 3 flowers converged crown and 5 cheese unifications. However, as the terrifying claw tightened, the great king of inspiration's body let out a series of cracking sounds. As the great king of inspiration screamed, he struggled with all his might. As he struggled, he also activated the rays of jade radiance from the immortal court to save him. However, the golden hairs on the terrifying palm stood up like golden pillars, flashing with golden radiance and blocking the jade radiance. As the golden hairs stood up, the huge claw seemed to have expanded. The huge claw tightened, and the great king of inspiration let out a blood-curdling scream as he was forced back to his original form, a huge goldfish. He had cultivated both Taoism and Buddhism and had attained enlightenment. He had long shed his demon form and was not in the miserable state of being forced back to his original form. However, the terrifying huge monkey that had grabbed him had reversed the universe and twisted the laws and principles, forcefully destroying the great king of inspiration's cultivation. Within the boundless golden radiance, a huge monkey with a phoenix feather crown, golden chainmail, and cloud-walking shoes emerged from the radiance. At first glance, it did not look very tall, but it was as though it was standing on the yellow springs about to burst the world. Its 2 eyes were wide, open like 2 bright suns. A lawless, unruly, and violent aura emanated and enveloped the entire immortal court. During the Middle Era, the figure that once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace seemed to have appeared once again. The legend that existed in the dust of history appeared once again in front of the world. As the figure stepped out of the radiance, he exerted force in his palm, and the goldfish in his grasp was instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The great king of inspiration was squashed to death by the terrifying huge monkey, and immortal court, heavenly venerable, had fallen in an instant. A bloody and violent aura swept across the surroundings, permeating the 9 heavens. The huge monkey glared at the victorious fighting Buddha, and the Buddha of sandalwood merit, its blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. It took a step forward, raised its claws, and clawed at the 2 Buddhas. Buddha is merciful, benefactor. Do not commit the sin of killing. The Buddha of sandalwood merit sighed. The lotus flowers turned into a sea of flowers that lay between him and the giant monkey. Wherever the green lotus went, time and space were compressed, and the world distorted, revealing a pure land of Buddhism. The Buddha of sandalwood merit had teleported his pure land to this place, combining with the wondrous effects of the brilliant lotus flower to create a world governed by his rules. Apart from a few exceptions, even other grand heavenly realm experts who entered this world had to follow the rules set by the Buddha of sandalwood merit before they could escape. However, the opponent in front of him was one of the few exceptions. The giant monkey that Yen Zhaoga had transformed into open his mouth, letting out a deafening roar. You think I won't kill them just because you say so? Monkey leaped up. His hands were like claws, grabbing forward with unstoppable momentum. The Buddha of sandalwood merit's miraculous pure land was actually grabbed by the monkey's claws and torn apart. He was no longer at the peak of the virtual immortal realm. Instead, they were existences who had also ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Even if he couldn't compare to the great sage, heaven's equal when he was at his peak, he had already attained the golden immortal realm, and he was one of the top existences amongst the golden immortals. As the giant monkey laughed viciously, he exerted force with his claws. Unlike a heretic heavenly immortal like the great king of inspiration, the Buddha of sandalwood merit was someone who had attained enlightenment on his own. Among the Western Buddhas, his strength couldn't be underestimated. However, at this moment, the monkey's claws split apart and tore apart the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's Pure Land. The lotus flower that he spat out could only wither at this moment. The victorious fighting Buddha by the side looked at the ferocious giant monkey and let out a soft sigh. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit said, "We can't avoid this karma." "That's right. It's just that I truly don't wish to revert back to my original form. In the end, my cultivation isn't up to par, and I can't see through it." The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and suddenly transformed. The 20 Buddha heads and 18 Buddha arms disappeared. Even the pure Buddha light around him dimmed down. The victorious fighting Buddha's appearance suddenly changed. He transformed into a monk's attire. Only he had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was covered with fur, as if he was wearing a monk's robe. With the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's Pure Land's resistance, the victorious fighting Buddha regained the traveling monk son's original form. He stared at the great sage equaling heavens that Yen Zhaoge had transformed into. Their facial features were almost identical. Traveling monk son took a deep breath and tilted his head. A small cudgel flew out from his ear. The small cudgel grew in the wind and instantly transformed into a humongous Ru-E golden cudgel. It wasn't a transformation of his own strength, but the true Ru-E golden cudgel. In the past, the great sage equaling heavens had conquered the myriad heavens with his divine weapon. An unparalleled baleful aura gushed forth, and a heavy might suppressed the myriad heavens. Just by standing there, it felt as if the immortal quartz skies would shatter. Traveling monk son picked up the Ru-E golden cudgel and attacked the great sage equaling heavens. "Come at me!" The great sage equaling heavens let out a roar. Amidst the golden radiances, a golden cudgel appeared in his hand, and he raised it upwards. The cudgel clashed with each other, and a dull bang resounded. Frenzied shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the immortal palace in the sky to tremble nonstop. The great sage equaling heaven's cudgel shattered into specks of light. However, the real Ru-E golden cudgel in traveling monk son's hand was also jolted upwards. But halfway through its jump, a huge furry claw grabbed one end of the cudgel. You can only maintain your current form for a short period of time. It's a pity that we can't hold on for much longer. Traveling monk son sighed, helplessly. The immense force that came from the other end of the Ru-E golden cudgel had already caused his hands to go numb, and he was about to lose his grip on the cudgel. Traveling monk son waved his hand and released the godly metal cudgel in his hand. Following the force that the great sage equaling heavens had pulled back, he pushed it towards the great sage equaling heavens. At the same time, he made use of the counterforce to retreat. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit hurriedly received traveling monk son, who had transformed back into the victorious fighting Buddha. The two Buddhas fled the immortal court together. The great sage equaling heavens stabilized himself. Holding the Ru-E golden cudgel in his hand, he roared towards the sky. The godly metal cudgel, which was brimming with baleful aura, spun in his hand and swung downwards. It was as if a corner of the supreme immortal palace in the 9 heavens had been smashed by this cudgel. The entire immortal palace tilted to the side. The majestic pavilions, halls, and corridors all collapsed and shattered. The immortal court's immortals who were still active in the immortal palace were all wiped out and turned into ashes. The destruction spread far into the distance. The palace collapsed, causing debris to fly everywhere, and the ground beneath the stairs to shatter. Very quickly, a figure that was running in the opposite direction appeared. It was Himian. Feeling the commotion behind him, he turned around in shock. He saw a pair of eyes that resembled a blood-red sun right in front of him. "I have something to say," yelled He-Mian. Who's talking to you? Yen Zhaoga ignored him. The giant monkey that he had transformed into slammed his palm down, causing He-Mian's corpse to be obliterated. Not even his remains remained. If I say that only death awaits you, then die. Chapter 15:01. Under the great sage equaling heaven's palm, even the grand heavenly immortal great king of inspiration couldn't escape death. Now that He-Mian was being attacked, all traces of He-Mian's existence had been erased from this world. The colossal demonic claw's momentum didn't stop there. In an instant, another immortal palace collapsed. Yen Zhaoga looked at the immortal palace in front of him. As he sneered, he swung the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and slammed it down again. Another corner of the immortal court's heavenly palace collapsed. From the looks of it, more than half of it was reduced to ruins. The number of immortal court martial art practitioners that died was innumerable. Amongst them, there might be some outstanding immortal court prodigies with immense potential. Although they originated from the immortal court, their talents were extraordinary as well. Even if they grew up in the immortal court with the blessing of the treasured light imbued with faith power, they would still have the chance to rise to a higher position. However, as Yen Zhaoga's great sage equaling heaven slammed down with his cudgel, everything turned into ruins and was buried in history, leaving no traces behind. The colossal demon monkey turned his head and looked at the void where the immortal door, white lotus, and other miraculous phenomena appeared. Then he looked in the direction where the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit left. Finally, he retracted his cudgel. He forcefully stomped on the ground, causing another piece of the immortal court's territory to collapse. He somersaulted and escaped far away. He exited the immortal court's cosmos and disappeared within the boundless void's outskirts. After entering the boundless void's outskirts, the great sage equaling heavens transformed after walking for a while. His body radiated with golden radiances and split into three. Yen Zhaoga, his North Ocean clone, Su Fei, and Pan Pan all appeared. Golden radiances flickered above the North Ocean clone, Su Fei, and Pan Pan's heads. Like a waterfall, they poured into the tattoos on their shoulders. As the golden radiances disappeared, the suffocating demonic chi that permeated the entire universe dissipated as well. Su Fei and the other two looked exhausted. Their auras were weak, showing how fatigued they were. The culprits that harmed Taoist, Nya, and Taoist, you have finally been executed. Although Su Fei was weak, he still forced himself to stay alert and smiled. Yen Zhaoga said, "Senior apprentice brother Su, rest and recuperate. Leave the rest to me." Su Fei nodded and remained silent with his eyes closed. By the side, Pan Pan had even curled up into a ball, directly beginning to sleep soundly. Yen Zhaoga flicked his sleeve, keeping them along with his Northern Ocean clone before continuing on his journey. On the other side, Yen Zhaoga was dragging a big fella along. The weapon of the great sage, heaven's equal, was the genuine Ru-Yi Jingu Bang. In the past, the great sage equaling heaven had been suppressed under the Five Elements mountain and separated from traveling monk Sunday. Later on, Buddhist Sun Sanzang had followed Buddha Tathagata's instructions and released traveling monk Sunday. However, the great sage equaling heaven was still suppressed. When traveling monk Sun left, he also took the Ru-Yi Jingu Bang with him. From then on the journey to the west, countless powerful demons died under the rod, and there was endless bloodshed. Later on, traveling monk Sun attained enlightenment and became the victorious fighting Buddha. It was only then that he kept the Ru-Yi Jingu Bang and rarely appeared in the world. Today, he was forced to use it once more because he had no other choice, and he was only able to escape by relying on the might of this treasure. However, This divine artifact, whose infamy resounded throughout the ages, ended up in the hands of the great sage equaling heavens that Yen Zhaoge had transformed into. From a certain perspective, perhaps it could be considered as returning the item to its rightful owner. As Yen Zhaoge dragged this big fella along at this moment, he felt it to be extremely heavy. It could be said to be the heaviest treasure that he had ever come into contact with. With Yen Zhaoge's current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against many virtual immortals with his strength alone. However, he still felt that this treasure wasn't suitable for him. Not to mention using it, he even found it tiring to bring it along. To hell with 13,500 kilograms. Yen Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The heavenly river bottom, stabilizing divine metal treasure is still the best description. The heavenly river, the boundless Milky Way, and the stars in the skies rose and fell within it. The power of the stars' circulation was boundless, not to mention the fact that countless stars were circulating at the same time. It was easy to imagine how heavy an existence that could stabilize the heavenly river and prevent it from falling into chaos must be. Moreover, this treasure's marvelousness wasn't as simple as its weight. Ever since its birth, it had wreaked havoc in the heavenly quartz divine palace and fought against a group of demons while traversing the journey to the west. The number of top-notch experts it had killed and injured was uncountable. As its ferocious nature and baleful aura accumulated, it was definitely one of the few lethal weapons in the world. Now that its owner wasn't controlling it, its baleful aura was much more restrained. However, when Yen Zhaoge came into contact with this divine metal, he still felt his heart trembling slightly. Although Yen Zhaoge was complaining about the legends in his memories, he was still quite happy to obtain such a treasure. With the golden body of the great sage on his side, obtaining the Ru-E golden cudgel was like adding wings to a tiger. This was something Yen Zhaoge didn't expect when he came to the immortal court. Killing He-Mian, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch, and the others was Yen Zhaoge's goal. Failure would be considered a failure. As for the Ru-E golden cudgel, it was an additional surprise after achieving his goal. Although there were many inconveniences and limitations when controlling the golden body of the great sage, with the golden body of the great sage and the Ru-E golden cudgel in hand, Yen Zhaoge could now do many things that he couldn't do in the past. 9 underworlds, immortal court. Yen Zhaoge squinted his eyes and let out a long sigh. Many emotions surfaced within his gaze. In the end, they were all hidden under the calmness, just like the calm ocean's surface with surging undercurrents. While paying attention to his surroundings, Yen Zhaoge didn't stop and rushed back to the awakened sky cosmos. Not only were the 3 exhausted, but Yen Zhaoge, who previously used the Grand Commencement Divine Fingers 1 Chi 3 clears to reverse merge the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, was also in a bad state of mind. In such a situation, he had to be careful of his enemies taking advantage of him or others taking advantage of him. As he walked, Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw sunlight illuminating the pitch-black void far away. Yen Zhaoge looked at the approaching sunlight expressionlessly. He knew that it was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. As the sunlight faded, a white-clothed youth's silhouette appeared. The white-clothed youth looked at Yen Zhaoge with a helpless expression. He sighed, as expected of the young heavenly lord. You can always create a commotion that others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Although Gao Han's tone always sounded sincere, he no longer had any intention of teasing Yen Zhaoge when he called out the words, "Young heavenly lord, I've embarrassed myself in front of the exalted solar luminary." Yen Zhaoge said calmly, "However, why did the exalted solar luminary appear? Are you here to receive us, or are you here to denounce us?" After a moment of silence, Gao Han smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to denounce you. If you're talking about receiving us, the young heavenly lord seems to have already made arrangements. There's no need for me to overstep my boundaries." As the two conversed, sword lights lit up in another direction of the void. Amidst the sword lights, a green-clothed woman slowly walked towards them. Beside her was an ancient sword shrouded in black chi. Remember the mobile website. M. Chapter 1502. Firstly, although she was heavily injured and her cultivation wasn't as high as Gao Han's, with the immortal slaughtering sword by her side, Gao Qingxuan's existence couldn't be ignored. Gao Han looked at Gao Qingxian, then turned to look at Yan Zhaoge, and said, with the two heretics clashing, the immortal court was already in a disadvantageous position. Now that they've suffered a heavy blow, the balance has been broken. I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on any longer. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge did not speak, his expression also not changing. Towards Gao Han's judgment, he still acknowledged it. Now that he had killed the great king of inspiration, the immortal court had lost another grand, heavenly immortal. While it seemed like the immortal court's grand luo had been reduced from 9 to 8, the immortal court's losses were not limited to that. Other than the great king of inspiration, who was at the grand heavenly realm, the immortal court had lost more than 10 grand virtual immortals, including the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch. This was also a huge loss that was difficult to make up for in a short period of time. As for the other mysterious immortals, true immortals, and martial artists with even lower cultivations, there was no need to mention them. Moreover, another important issue was that half of the immortal court's heavenly palace had been destroyed by Yan Zhaoge's great sage, equaling heaven's transformation. Apart from the direct casualties, what was more important was the damage to the prestige of the immortal court, which would directly affect the power of faith. Although the immortal palace was located above the 9 heavens, the destruction caused by Yan Zhaoge was still displayed in front of the countless living beings in the immortal court's thousands of immortal territories. While the details couldn't be seen, the immortal court's failure to keep Yan Zhaoge after suffering a huge loss was clearly shown. If they could capture or kill Yan Zhaoge, there would still be a possibility of covering up their mistakes afterwards. After all, it was very difficult for the people on the ground to directly go to the sky and clearly see the immortal palace that was full of ruins. However, in the end, after Yan Zhaoge destroyed the immortal court's heavenly palace, he simply left. This put the experts of the immortal court in a difficult position. Next, they had to appease the middle and lower class citizens on the ground and maintain a stable supply of incense offerings. That was enough to give them a headache. Today's battle could very well shake the foundations of their rule. Apart from the loss of top-notch experts, the entire immortal court would be weakened and shaken. Under such circumstances, the immortal court was already in a disadvantageous position. Now that they were facing the stronger, blessed lands of the White Lotus, their situation would undoubtedly become even worse. Previously, the immortal court had already regained their footing. They were even attempting to reclaim the 800 immortal territories occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, however, they might face another collapse. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would once again invade their territories. In fact, they might even suffer a crushing defeat. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, or Gao Han, they would definitely be happy to see the immortal court heretics suffering misfortune. However, with their knowledge, they could naturally tell that if the immortal court was completely suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus and suffered a crushing defeat, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race to rise, the situation might not be any better for the 3 clear lineage's successors. Perhaps the other party wouldn't want to exterminate the orthodox Taoism. However, it was much easier to suppress their development and attack their momentum. With the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court restraining each other, Yen Zhaoge and the others had a much easier time moving around. On the other hand, one of the two sides could focus their attention on the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. Naturally, the pressure on the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court increased. Young Heavenly Lord, you're almost able to recreate the great sage equaling heaven's prowess. The immortal extermination formation has also reappeared within the mortal realm. This is a cause for celebration. However, we still have a long way to go, said Gao Han calmly. What the exalted solar luminary said isn't without reason. I will constantly reflect on my actions. Yen Zhaoge said indifferently. However, some things must be done, and some people must die. Otherwise, I'll directly return to the world beyond worlds and follow the exalted Earth luminary, listening to the North Star Emperor's orders. Gao Han laughed. Young Heavenly Lord, your words are truly heart-wrenching. Yen Zhaoge said, I'm flattered. I understand that the exalted solar luminary has his own considerations. However, don't cause any misunderstandings when you act. Of course, I hope to cooperate with everyone. Gao Han smiled and said, after all, we're all aiming for the same goal. Gao Qingxian said calmly, let's hope so. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Fellow Taoists, please wait. Gao Han cupped his hands. Perhaps a huge change is about to occur. We have to plan for it. As soon as he finished speaking, his silhouette turned into sunlight and disappeared into the darkness of the void. After seeing Gao Han's departure, Yen Zhaoge said softly, for a moment, I wanted to kill him. Gao Qingxuan's expression remained calm. Anyone who knows him would have such an experience. It might not even be the first time. Senior Gao, let's go. Yen Zhaoge let out a sigh. He Mian, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch, and the others have been executed. At least senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister, you are still alive. However, this is only the beginning. His gaze sharpened once again. Gao Qingxian nodded slowly and didn't say anything else. She only said, let's go. She extended her hand and helped Yen Zhaoge lift the divine medal. Then they transformed into dark red sword lights and disappeared within the boundless void. As they traveled, they concealed their tracks and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. Information from other places was also being transmitted back. Suo Mingzhong, the incongruence divine mother, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others were originally facing off against the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons. After knowing that Yen Zhaoge had appeared in the immortal court with the golden body of the great sage, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles immediately rushed to the immortal court. Suo Mingzhong and the other Taoism bigwigs intercepted him. As a result, the war that was already on the verge of erupting officially erupted. Even now, the outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. However, there were rumors stating that the Western Pure Lands Buddhism experts were spying on them from the sidelines. With this third party's pressure, it would be hard for the two sides to fight to the death and determine the victor. Yen Zhaoge and the others were slightly relieved. The continuous battles had greatly exhausted them, and they urgently needed to recuperate. After returning to the awakened sky cosmos, other than recuperating, Yen Zhaoge placed most of his attention on the heavily injured Yu Yi. Her current condition was even worse than Ying Yuzhen's in the past. Yen Zhaoge also had to analyze the situation and think of countermeasures. Although Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others were also heavily injured, they still treated Yu Yi together with Yen Zhaoge. Everything within the awakened sky cosmos gradually regained its peace. However, in other places, Yen Zhaoge's havoc within the immortal court's immortal court was continuously being affected. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was still recuperating, said to Gao Han upon seeing him, "Did the immortal court not make any preparations for accepting He Mion's defection? Did they just attack the young heavenly lord? A grand heavenly immortal brought 9 grand virtual immortals back to the immortal court's heavenly palace to hold down the fort. Along the way, 2 Buddhas, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit, came as well," Gao Han praised. After a long silence, Ling Qing said softly, "Currently, among our orthodox Taoism, they are the strongest lineage." Chapter 1503. The most powerful bloodline. Gao Han muttered to himself and nodded with a smile. Indeed, Sui Yanlong will definitely stand on their side. The roving jade heavens and the sky beyond skies will often advance and retreat together. The incongruence divine, Mother, will also help them. Even without fellow Taoist Suwa and the incongruence divine Mother, they were able to recreate the might of the great sage, heaven's equal in the past. Even if it's only for a short period of time, it's still shocking. His tone seemed to be praising and sighing. Ling Qing said quietly, "Moreover, Taoist Feng is here. Taoist Gao of the roving jade heavens has also obtained the immortal extermination formation and the immortal slaughtering sword." Gao Han supported his forehead with his palm. "Although I had already expected this, but this rate of expansion is still too fast. Report this to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as soon as possible." Ling Qing didn't respond to his words and said on her own. Gao Han nodded. "Of course. The Tao ancestors have been alarmed." Back then, he was very close to the immortal court. After Yen Zhaoga invaded the immortal court, Gao Han didn't assist him, nor did he leave. Instead, he stayed at the outskirts and observed from afar. Just as the 3 golden bodies of the great sage were about to merge into one, an even more powerful existence made a move. The celestial gate and the white lotus, the green lotus, and the bronze bell, Gao Han saw it all. Although they could see it, they couldn't get close to it. It was just like how people in the secular world could stand on the ground and look up at the sun in the sky. They could clearly see it, but they couldn't really touch it. Ling Qing pondered and said, "If the great sage equaling heaven's might could be recreated, it wouldn't be surprising for the Tao ancestors to be alarmed. Even if the 3 golden bodies of the great sage wreaked havoc in the immortal court's heavenly palace, the immeasurable heavenly lord might not care about it. However, as the 3 golden bodies merged into one, they gradually gained the aura of the great sage, heaven's equal returning to the mortal realm. The immeasurable heavenly lord was about to make his move. The immortal gate that was emitting a jade light was the embodiment of the lord of the immortal court's power. The white lotus that appeared afterwards was the work of the future Buddha," Gao Han said. "He naturally hopes that the young heavenly lord will cause a huge ruckus in the immortal court, so he obstructed the immeasurable heavenly lord." What's worth mentioning is that even Amitabha, who has been silent for many years, has been alarmed this time. The green lotus that came from the west was the master of the Western Pure Lands, Amitabha Buddha. Unfortunately, there was already an opponent waiting for him. "The Eastern monarch?" asked Ling Qing. Gao Han nodded. "That's right." The bronze bell obstructed the green lotus, preventing Amitabha Buddha from descending as he wished. Although the Western Pure Lands had other experts, they couldn't make it in time due to the sudden turn of events. Although I know that the young heavenly lord released the great sage equaling heavens from the blessed lands of the White Lotus's obscured way world's 5 elements mountain, and even obtained some benefits, I'm afraid I didn't expect it to be this great. Ling Qing frowned. Did the great sage equaling heavens give up all of his cultivation? Gao Han said thoughtfully, even if he didn't hit the mark, he shouldn't be too far off. The great sage, heaven's equal, was suppressed by the Buddha of the spirited mountain. No one knows how the great sage, heaven's equal, managed to break free. However, From the looks of it, the benefits that the young heavenly lord obtained under the Five Elements mountain were much greater than expected. The vast freedom, Heavenly Devil did not make a move. The Elder Lord did not make a move either. Ling Qing looked at Gao Han. Gao Han said, "It is normal for us to not be able to understand the thoughts of Dao realm experts." Ling Qing glanced at him and remained silent. "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart," Gao Han said slowly, "although I truly don't like this feeling." Ling Qing asked, "After this incident, the Immortal Court's reputation suffered a huge blow. Also, the blessed lands of the White Lotus will definitely launch an even greater attack. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord's foundation will definitely be shaken." She deliberated on her words. "Is it possible for him to fall from the Tao realm?" "I dare not make such a presumptuous claim," Gao Han said. "Let's see what the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has planned." Ling Qing nodded, without saying anything. She looked at the endless darkness of the void and went into a daze. Within the Western Pure Lands, 2 green lotuses descended. The victorious Fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit returned to the Western Pure Lands. The 2 Buddhas' expressions were still calm. They didn't seem dejected. However, they remained silent and looked at each other. Even the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's blessed lands were damaged. He returned to the Buddha's blessed lands and slowly repaired them. At this moment, another green lotus appeared within the Buddha's blessed lands. An ancient golden-bodied Buddha sat on top of the lotus, as if he had lived through countless eons until now. This Buddha had a flawless Buddha light behind his head, as if it was a huge round sun. Within the flawless Buddha light, an ancient glazed lamp stood. Upon seeing this Buddha, the victorious Fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit bowed. "Namo Dipankara Ancient Buddha." The one who came was the ancient Buddha of the past. He had once entered the Tao from Buddhism and turned into the Dipankara Taoist. Later on, he returned to the Western Buddhism. He was a bigwig expert born during the early heavens, one of the few oldest Buddhas in the world. Taoist Zhuani's incarnation as the Gautama Buddha was brought into the central blessed lands of Saha by the Dipankara Ancient Buddha. However, after the central blessed lands of Saha became the blessed lands of the White Lotus, this bigwig expert of Buddhism turned to the Western Pure Lands. For many years, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha had never left the Western Pure Lands. Very little information about him was leaked. Upon seeing his arrival, the victorious Fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit were slightly surprised. "You're here for the great sage equaling heavens?" "I'm here for the Immortal Court." The Dipankara Ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Although it won't affect the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the Immortal Court cannot fall yet." The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit said, "What instructions does Master have for us?" The Dipankara Ancient Buddha's gaze swept past the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and the victorious Fighting Buddha. He said gently, "I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to visit another place." After hearing the Dipankara Ancient Buddha's words, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit softly chanted, "However, I'm afraid that someone might obstruct us." "We're not afraid, but we're afraid of delaying your instructions." "It's fine. I have other arrangements." "The 2 of you just have to attend to your own matters," said the Dipankara Ancient Buddha with a smile. The victorious Fighting Buddha asked, "Will we anger the Elder Lord?" The Dipankara Ancient Buddha answered, "If it was possible before, it's very unlikely now." After pondering for a while, the victorious Fighting Buddha nodded and said, "If that's the case, we'll be leaving now." The 2 Buddhas immediately moved and left the Western Pure Lands once again. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha also stood up and left the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's land of Buddhism. He traversed through the Western Pure Lands and arrived at another land of Buddhism. This place wasn't like the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's land of Buddhism, which was filled with wisdom and virtue. However, the feeling of power here was stronger. Other than the radiance of Buddhism and the purity of glazed glass, there was also a five-colored radiance. The red radiance was like fire, the green radiance was exuberant, the yellow radiance was heavy, the platinum radiance was sharp, and the black water was long. The five radiances were indistinguishable and circulated endlessly. Within the land of Buddhism, a Buddha sat within the five-colored divine radiance. He had 24 heads and 18 arms, each holding a tassel, an umbrella cover, a flower jar, a fish intestine, a treasured sword, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, a treasured banner, a lotus flower, a token, an alms bowl, a sharp spear, a broadsword, a saraira, and a scripture. When this Buddha saw the Dipankara ancient Buddha's arrival, he only lifted his eyelids slightly and calmly watched as the other party entered his land of Buddhism. "Fellow Taoist, I'll have to trouble you this time," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. Chapter 1504. The Buddha within the five-colored divine radiance stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "I'm afraid Amitabha doesn't wish for you to reveal your sharpness." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. "Although Buddha is peaceful most of the time, there are still some things that need to be done. I'm just doing it on your behalf. Buddha can see everything. If I really go against Buddha's will, how can I meet you, fellow Taoist?" "Even if you're right, I don't have the heart to do it," said the Buddha within the five-colored divine radiance indifferently. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "Naturally, I prepared a gift for you. I won't disappoint you." Then the Buddha radiance behind his head flickered, and a saraira flew out from the glazed ancient lamp's light. Looking at the saraira, the other party finally raised his brows and stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After a while, he asked, "How many more do you have?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. "I only have one. However, I know the whereabouts of the other two. They're with the elder lord and Maitreya, respectively." After a moment of silence, the five-colored divine radiance swept through the air and kept the ordinary-looking saraira. The Buddha within the divine radiance stood up. "Tell me, where do you want me to go?" "My disciple will lead the way," answered the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The other party didn't say anything else. With a flash of brilliance, he instantly flew out from the blessed lands of Buddha and left the Western Pure Lands. Outside the Western Pure Lands, the white bear Exalt was already waiting for him. After the two met up, they left together and disappeared within the void's boundless outskirts. Within the void, the group of devils retreated back to the 9 underworlds, while the group of Taoism Grand heavenly realm experts went against the demon race bigwigs led by the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles sought Yen Zhaoga and the others to take revenge for his son's death. In the end, he was obstructed by the Taoism heavenly lords, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. With the Western Pure Lands experts watching from the side, the two sides couldn't fight to the death. They had to divert their attention to guard against the Buddhist Bantis. However, very quickly, everyone received an unexpected piece of news. Yen Zhaoga had actually managed to manifest the golden body of the great sage equaling heavens of the grand heavenly realm, forcefully destroying the immortal court and killing a large number of immortal court experts. This caused the immortal court to lose all face, and it might even shake the immortal court's foundations. The fragile balance between the two heretics was broken once again. The immortal court could be defeated at any time. The situation of the experts of the three parties suddenly became even more delicate. The other great demons still wanted to continue rushing towards the immortal court. The battle there would definitely become more intense. As for the Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Since Yan Zhaoga had already left the immortal court, he wasn't that anxious anymore. Instead, he shifted his attention to Suo Mingzhang and the others, hoping to obtain the whereabouts of Yan Zhaoga and the awakened sky cosmos from them. The group of Buddhist Bantis, who were merely observing by the side, had different opinions. Some of them wished to return to the immortal court to provide reinforcements, while others continued to monitor the demon race bigwigs here, preventing them from assisting the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Taoism's grand heavenly realm experts had a much simpler mindset. Since Yan Zhaoga had already accomplished his goal and left the immortal court, there was naturally no need for them to continue fighting against the demon and Buddhist experts. After escaping, it wouldn't be too late for them to plan their next move according to the situation. As the demon race bigwigs left the battlefield, the situation that was already holding back gradually crumbled. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was helpless. He couldn't accomplish anything alone. He could only temporarily put aside his personal grudges and leave the battlefield, heading towards the immortal court. On the other hand, the group of Buddhist Bantis initially attempted to obstruct the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons. However, after receiving some new information, they changed their minds and focused on obstructing the Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. Such a bizarre change caused Suo Mingzhang, the incongruence Divine Mother, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to look at each other in disbelief. The immortal court's situation was dire. No matter how they looked at it, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas should be dealing with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race's experts first. In the end, as the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons left, they decided to obstruct Taoism's experts instead. Could it be that they were afraid that they would attack the immortal court like Yan Zhaoga and join forces with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race to annihilate the immortal court's orthodoxy? Although it would be satisfying, before the Elder Lord's thoughts were unclear, and the orthodox Taoism didn't have a Tao ancestor representing them, such an outcome would be hard to predict. After all, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was still around. If he didn't continue competing with the future Buddha for worshippers and shifted his attention to other aspects, a Tao ancestor like him would be able to accomplish too many things. It's impossible that the Western Pure Lands didn't consider this. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor slowly said they should have other preparations. The Western Pure Lands foundations are extraordinarily deep. After Yan Zhaoga's havoc, the immortal court immediately welcomed a new calamity. As expected, the blessed lands of the White Lotus seized the opportunity to launch another ferocious offensive. While the immortal court gritted their teeth and resisted, they gradually felt powerless. It wasn't only due to the lack of experts like the great king of inspiration. More importantly, the treasured lights imbued with faith imbued within the immortal court's worlds were fading, causing the immortal court's immortals to gradually weaken. The previously stable front lines started wavering. Within the boundless void's outskirts outside of the immortal court's cosmos, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism and the Astral Mountains Starry Sea's great demons had also opened up a battlefield. Very quickly, amidst the surging demonic chi, a group of great demons, led by the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, arrived. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, who was filled with rage, instantly unleashed a massacre. On the contrary, the Buddhist Bantis that didn't receive any reinforcements could only bitterly hold on. Gradually, they started showing signs of being defeated. Without their help, the immortal court wouldn't be able to defend itself. However, at this moment, a glazed Buddha light suddenly blossomed within the void. 5 colored divine radiances were hidden within the Buddha light, which circulated endlessly. Upon seeing this, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression instantly turned ugly. When the others saw this, they all thought of a person's name at the same time. the ancient era's rogue immortal bigwig Kong Xian, followed by Buddhism's Mahamyuri. During the ancient era's investitures of the gods era, his five-colored divine radiances had shocked the entire universe. He had swept through many experts and forced Taoist Luya and the Dipankara ancient Buddha to flee. Even Taoist Zhuani, the Tao ancestor, was struck down by his five-colored divine radiances. However, he wasn't able to withstand the might of the Tao realm, allowing Taoist Zhuani to quickly escape and capture him. Because of this, Kong Xian also joined the Buddhist Bantis. However, that was when he was facing a Tao realm bigwig. Anyone below the Tao realm would have to be extra careful when facing the five-colored divine radiances. Similarly, there were many golden immortal realm experts that were blasted to the ground by a single move of Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. Big brother, why did you come out as well? The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles asked in a deep voice. Didn't you never help either side? Within the glazed radiance, the five-colored divine radiances circulated, and the figure of a Buddha appeared. I have the opportunity to attain the Tao, so I have to fight for it. That's why I'm making a move. Chapter 15:05. Amidst the glazed radiance, a Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms appeared. It was none other than Kong Xian, who had entered Buddhism and obtained Mahamyuri's physique. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and him were born from the same mother. Both of them were born from the first phoenix in the world. During the Middle Era, when the demons and Buddhas fought against each other, Mahamyuri stayed in the central blessed lands of Saha and never appeared. After that, Taoist Zhuani, who was also the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, transcended. After the blessed lands of Saha became the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Mahamyuri turned to the Western Pure Lands and lived in seclusion, never appearing in the world. In recent years, the demon race and Orthodox Buddhism had returned to the world, aiding the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. Even during the occasional war, Kong Xian had never participated in it. As a result, many people doubted if Mahamyuri was still alive. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles never expected to meet Kong Xian under such circumstances. That burning lamp brat is good at bluffing. Brother, don't be fooled by him, said the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Kong Xian said plainly, I will. If that's the case, brother is determined to make things difficult for us. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles frowned. Kong Xian first told the demons, all of you accompany me for a while. Then he told the Buddhas, feel free to do as you please. The moment he said that, the demon race bigwigs' expressions changed slightly. As for the Buddhist Bantis, they did not raise any doubts and said in unison, we obey the wise king's decree. Seeing the experts of the Buddhism sect leaving this universe and heading towards the immortal court, the great demons on the scene couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Although Kong Xian's name was renowned throughout the ages, there was more than one demon race great sage present. There was no lack of grand heavenly realm experts, like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles did not immediately act. He stared at Kong Xian and frowned silently. The other demon race great sages all stepped forward. These were the demon race's forces that had previously fought against the Western Pure Lands, as well as the 9 underworlds. Against a grand heavenly realm expert like Kong Xian, the small sages would not even think about humiliating themselves. Even so, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles could only rely on its speed to deal with them and slowly find a way to deal with them, not daring to face them head-on. Faced with the dancing demons, Kong Xian manifested his Buddha Dharma body and sat quietly on the green lotus. However, the five-colored divine light around him became clearer and clearer. Mahamyuri has come out of seclusion? Yen Zhaoge was recuperating in the sky beyond skies. When he received the news from the outside world, he was slightly surprised. After all, back in the Middle Era, when Buddhism was spreading to the east and fighting against the demon clan, Kong Xian had never participated in it. From the beginning to the end, he did not help either side. It could even be said that only after his appearance did everyone know that Kong Xian had also entered the Western Pure Lands. Since there had been no news after the Middle Era, the whereabouts of this almighty powerhouse of the demon clan, who was a rogue cultivator, were once a mystery that many people paid attention to. Now that he had appeared, many of them could finally put their hearts at ease. Of course, after that, he would have to think about how to deal with it. At the end of the day, this person isn't someone an ordinary, grand, heavenly immortal can compare to. Within the pill hall, Xue Chuqing praised. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. That's right. The news I received proved that he's worthy of his reputation. According to the rumors, Kong Xian had single-handedly fought against a group of demon race great sages, including the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. In the end, the five-colored divine light swept through everything, causing the group of demons to lose their armor. Originally, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was only watching from the sidelines. After that, he was forced to take action personally. His advantage in speed was close to that of a grand, heavenly immortal. Even Kong Xian, who was also a feather, couldn't compare to him. Logically speaking, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' ferocious attacks should have shown some results, according to the legends during the ancient investitures of the gods' era. While Kong Xian's five-colored divine light was strong, when faced against the encirclement of experts who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, he might not be able to react in time. From a certain perspective, no matter how strong his attacks were, it would be useless if he couldn't hit his target. Under such circumstances, his opponent might be able to take advantage of him. If Kong Xian's five-colored divine light wasn't taken into account, while his other arts were still outstanding among the grand, heavenly immortal realm experts, he wouldn't be able to overlook the entire world. Of course, Kong Xian's five-colored divine light was too strong. As such, very few people could take advantage of him. Especially in a one-on-one battle, his attacks would always be successful. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was obviously one of the top-notch experts beneath the Tao realm. With the other demon race great sages' encirclement as a cover, he might be able to take advantage of Kong Xian. Unfortunately, Mahamayuri had attained the golden body of Buddhism and made up for his shortcomings. Yen Zhaoge grinned, revealing an expression of pain. His strengths are still his strengths, while his shortcomings are no longer his shortcomings. Compared to Kong Xian in the past, the current Mahamayuri has already become one of the top 3 grand, heavenly immortals in history. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles knew that his elder brother's strength had increased after attaining the golden body of Buddhism. However, since he hadn't fought against Kong Xian before, he couldn't help but want to test it out. In the end, he couldn't do anything to Kong Xian and almost perished under the five-colored divine light. In the end, he could only flee. This was also a lesson left behind by the prime clear-winged immortal who was of the same race as the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles during the ancient era. If the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles refused to leave, even the golden-winged great rock with extreme speed would be captured by the five-colored divine light. While the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles managed to escape, the other demon race great sages weren't so lucky. Most of them were captured by Kong Xian, and less than half of them managed to escape. As for the demon race below the grand heavenly realm, they were completely wiped out by Kong Xian. However, since he didn't manage to capture the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles doesn't want to continue fighting with him, Kong Xian can't do anything to him, said Yen Di as he sat by the side. Indeed, After all, he can't catch up to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. However, from the looks of it, he's only guarding the immortal court and not letting the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons get close to him. Yen Zhaoge nodded. With his karma with the demon race, he might even release the great demons that he captured. Yen Di frowned. Mahamayuri's appearance was unexpected, and he fought against the enemy alone. However, the other Western Pure Lands Buddhism experts' actions are a little strange. Why are they entangling themselves with our Taoism's people? Do they think that they don't have enough enemies, or do they have the confidence to wipe us all out? Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, "It seems more like they're restraining Senior Suo and the others. It doesn't seem like they want to wipe us out together with the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, with such actions, they must have a request." His gaze turned a little deep. If it's not us, it should be the world beyond worlds, right? Chapter 1506. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was dim. Yen Di and Shui Chuqing, who stood in front of him, became silent for a moment. At this moment, another piece of information came from the outside world. After 20 years, the Immortal Court's experts descended upon the Tao universe once again. This time, their target was the world beyond worlds and the lower realms that were currently governed by the world beyond worlds. With Mahamayuri holding back so many great demons by himself, the Western Pure Lands manpower would be sufficient to assist the Immortal Court in obstructing the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yen Zhaoge let out a long sigh. The Immortal Court's heretics would then be free to descend upon the Tao universe's world beyond worlds. Yen Di's expression turned serious. They want to illuminate the people of the world beyond worlds and absorb the Tao universe's resources to nourish themselves. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly and looked at the purple divine pavilion's ceiling. To them, the most valuable reward is a person. I heard that the exalted earth luminary Jiangshen had ascended to the Five Qis unification realm. Yen Di and Shui Chuqing looked at each other. Yeah, Yen Zhaoge nodded. I can't say how far Jiangshen could reach under normal circumstances. However, if he were to be illuminated by the heretics, there's hope for him to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long. At the very most, he would be able to ascend to the grand heavenly realm within 100 years. After all, he has our 3 clear lineages' virtual immortal foundation. Yen Di and Shui Chuqing didn't say anything, although they were enemies in the past and weren't on the same path now. They still felt complicated upon hearing this news. Since Mahamayuri has made his move, the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands could launch a counterattack. With the Tao ancestors restraining each other, Mahamayuri could simply rampage through the world. Yen Di frowned and said, "Is there still a need to illuminate the people of the world beyond worlds and nourish the Immortal Court?" Yen Zhaoge shook his head. "We don't know why Mahamayuri made his move this time. After helping the Immortal Court through this calamity, it's uncertain if he would continue to make a move. After all, he was born in the demon race and had a close relationship with many great demons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secluded himself during the Middle Era." After a short pause, he continued, "If Mahamayuri continues to make a move, then we'll have to pay close attention to the movements of the 9 Nether. After all, there are truly too few people below the Tao realm who can go against Mahamayuri. Unless there's a way to neutralize the 5-color divine light, such as my jade, clear lineage's Wuji apricot, yellow flag." Yen Zhaoge said as he thought. Shui Chuqing asked, "There's no news about the North Star Emperor from the Tao universe?" "No," Yen Zhaoge shook his head. "It seems like other than the heretics, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas have also secretly come to the Tao universe." Shui Chuqing sighed. This time, there was no movement from the North Star Emperor. Clearly, he was being held back by someone. In the Tao universe, even though the Western Pure Lands Buddha didn't show his face, it was clear that he had contributed. If they didn't help to resist Great Emperor Gaochen, it wouldn't be so easy for the immortal court to succeed. Having illuminated the world beyond worlds, obtaining benefits from its members is only secondary. Yan Zhaoge said softly. Other than Jiangshen, there aren't any profound immortal sovereigns in the world beyond worlds. As such, the heretics wouldn't be able to illuminate and obtain the benefits of a grand virtual immortal. Even if Jiangshen ascends to the grand heavenly realm, it'd be hard for him to do so. After all, he doesn't possess the duo flowers converged crown cultivation. He curled his lips. If they can't directly launch a counterattack against the blessed lands of the White Lotus and obtain a complete victory, the immortal court would have to face the problem of their faith power being shaken. You've caused a huge damage to the immortal court's reputation. Yen Di nodded. They intend to illuminate, or rather, conquer our 3 clear lineages world beyond worlds, and the various worlds under their rule, to make up for it. No matter how strong Mahamyuri was, no matter how important his role was, only the immortal court's higher-ups would know about it. He wouldn't publicize it to the lower levels. It's also because of this move that Mahamyuri might only make a move this time, said Xue Chuqing after pondering for a while. Yan Zhaoge said, perhaps there might be some other tricks hidden within, but it's not something we can guess at the moment. He shook his head. The immortal court's tribulation might have been past. However, the world beyond worlds tribulation is unavoidable. Previously, after the continuous battles against the 9 underworld's devils, the Taoism lineage's vitality was more or less damaged. They needed to rest and recuperate. The grand heavenly immortals might still be fine, but they were being held back by the Western Pure Lands Buddhist lands. As for the awakened sky cosmos, they were already at the end of their rope. Yan Zhaoge's main body included, due to him fusing the 3 golden bodies of the great sage into one, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. Now that his tense mind had finally relaxed, he would often feel fatigued and needed time to recuperate. Similarly, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage couldn't be unleashed for the time being. Feng Yinsheng and Gao Qingxian were also recuperating. Back then, when they laid down the immortal extermination formation and experienced the immortal extermination formation's destruction, they were the same. Yan Zhaoge and the others were fated to be spectators of the world beyond world's tribulation. Yan Zhaoge's family of 3 looked at each other and let out a soft sigh. To a certain extent, the Tao universe's world beyond world's tribulation was related to the awakened sky cosmos' growing strength. Due to the Elder Lord, other forces wouldn't sever the 3 clear lineages' orthodoxy unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if they fought against each other, they would only target a certain person or group of people. It would rarely affect the entire 3 clear lineage. Now that the awakened sky cosmos and the Tao universe had been separated for many years, and both were part of the 3 clear lineage, even if one of them was severed, the other would still exist. The 3 clear lineages' roots wouldn't be severed. To a certain extent, this was actually a form of danger. Only the more dangerous one side was, the safer the other side was. The awakened sky cosmos geographical advantage wasn't easy to locate. Now that they were getting stronger, they were relatively safer. As a result, the Tao universe, which had a clear location and was slightly weaker, became an increasingly dangerous pushover. Now that the immortal court was being beaten by Yan Zhaoge, they came to vent their anger on the other side. Under normal circumstances, the weakened immortal court couldn't even deal with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. How could they care about taking revenge on the 3 clear lineage? Unfortunately, Mahamyuri's sudden reappearance allowed the immortal court to catch a breather. In the end, a tragedy befell the world beyond worlds. This time, the world beyond worlds can be considered as a disaster falling from the sky. Yen Zhaoga smiled bitterly and pinched his temples. No one can go against Mahamyuri. They can only accept this outcome. Ignoring Yen Zhaoga's mocking words, Yen Di slowly said, "In the end, we were defeated by him alone. No matter if it's us, the demon race, or the Buddhist heretics." Yen Zhaoga smiled. "That's right. One must be strong to forge iron. Fortunately, I have some ideas." Chapter 1507. After hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, Yen Di and Xue Chuqing both looked towards him with a probing gaze. "It's the same old way. Either weaken your opponent or strengthen yourself." Yen Zhaoga explained. "To weaken your opponent, you have to think of a way to neutralize Mahamyuri's five-colored divine light. Without the five-colored divine light, while Kong Xian was still powerful, he no longer possessed an aura that neared the Tao realm. If the five-colored divine light couldn't be neutralized, the current Kong Xian would be an undefeatable existence to those beneath the Tao realm. It would be hard to contend against him. The five-colored divine light was invincible, not to mention the Tao realm. Even if they had a lot of experts, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in numbers. The group of demon race great sages had already proven this point. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles also relied on his almost unique advantage in speed to force and exchange, with Kong Xian maintaining a fragile balance. However, this was under the premise that Kong Xian had to protect the immortal court. If Kong Xian had nothing to worry about, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles wouldn't be able to hold him back. Kong Xian could go wherever he wanted. Anyone beneath the Tao realm who dared to obstruct him would be captured by his five-colored divine light. However, other than Tao realm bigwigs, dispelling Mahamyuri's five-colored divine light isn't an easy feat. Yen Zhaoga spread his hands apart. The whereabouts of those powerful protective treasures of legend are all unknown. Xue Chuqing muttered. However, strengthening oneself isn't an easy feat. This isn't something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. She looked at her husband and son and said, "Both of you are already people who have not appeared in this world, but more or less, you still need time to accumulate." "That's right." Yen Zhaoga nodded, then shook his head. "However, other than your cultivation, there are other ways." Xue Chuqing pondered and glanced at Yen Zhaoga. "You're saying that the prime clear, yes, the immortal extermination formation." Yen Zhaoga chuckled. "No matter how strong Mahamyuri's five-colored divine light is, only death awaits him if he dares to enter the immortal extermination formation." Previously, due to the Water Devil and Earth Devil's revival, Yen Zhaoga and the others fought against the 9 underworld's devils. Nia Jingshen and Yu Yi were separated, and they mistakenly entered the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's burial ground, obtaining his inheritance. As the flow of time within the ruins was different from the outside world, Yu Yi had the chance to cultivate the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture and memorize the immortal extermination formation. After that, Nia Jingshen and Yu Yi brought along the immortal slaughtering sword to aid Yen Zhaoga and the others. They even made it to the battle against the victorious fighting Buddha. Due to the urgency of the situation, everyone was busy fighting against the enemy. As such, Yen Zhaoga didn't have the time to chat with Nia Jingshen, and Yu Yi, he didn't have the time to listen to their narration, nor did he have the time to inform the Vine Sovereign of Li Ying's death. However, in order to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha in the grand heavenly realm, they had to establish the immortal extermination formation. Naturally, Yu Yi had the time to transmit the immortal extermination formation diagram to them. Yen Zhaoga and Taoist Cloud Conquest were the ones with the highest attainments in formations in the sky beyond heavens and roving jade heavens. The profundities of the immortal extermination formation were something that even Yen Zhaoga would have to carefully study and slowly analyze. But now that he had the immortal slaying formation in his hands, there was naturally a lot of hope. However, we can't gather 4 grand heavenly realm prime clear heavenly immortals. Xue Chuqing pondered and said, if we were to fight against an expert like Mahamayuri, virtual immortals wouldn't be able to lay down a formation. She looked towards Yen Zhaoga. Or if we gather the immortal extermination 4 swords, we'll be able to lay down the complete immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination 4 swords weren't the Prime Clear's 4 supreme sword arts. Instead, they were referring to genuine divine swords like the immortal slaughtering sword. They were renowned for being extremely vicious during the ancient era. If a single sword's power were to be unleashed, it would be a sharp weapon for slaughter. When the 4 swords were gathered together and laid down the immortal extermination sword formation, the might of the number 1 slaughtering formation in history would be displayed once again. Currently, we only have the immortal slaughtering sword with us. The other 3 swords are still missing. Do you have any clues? Xue Chuqing thought of something and asked Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga's expression turned solemn. I do have some thoughts regarding the immortal extermination sword and the immortal trapping sword. As for the immortal ending sword, I'll have to wait. However, if we have the 3 swords in hand, the difficulty of finding the final sword would be much lower. Yen Di and Xue Chuqing were a little surprised. It'd be great if we could succeed. However, we still have to be careful lest we end up benefiting others instead. All right, I'll be careful, Yen Zhaoga answered. Currently, we only have some preliminary thoughts. If we want to succeed, we still have to make preparations in many aspects. After bidding farewell to Yen Di and Xue Chuqing, Yen Zhaoga returned to his residence. If they could gather the immortal extermination 4 swords and recreate the immortal extermination formation, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to their side. However, the difficulty involved was self-evident. Not only would it be difficult to find the treasured sword, but it would also affect the movements of their opponents. Their opponents would definitely not be willing to see the complete immortal extermination formation reappear in the world. This would involve many aspects of the battle. Yen Zhaoga sat in a meditative position within the room. As he pondered over the current situation, he was also planning his own actions. Now, he had to be more and more careful. The fog in front of him gradually dispersed. He started coming into contact with those legendary figures more and more, coming into contact with many truths hidden beneath the dust of history. While the information he grasped gradually became more plentiful, his opponents were also different from before. Putting aside the few Dao realm bigwigs, Kongxian, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, the victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, the 9-headed great sage, the primordial heart devil, and the others were all bigwigs that had lived through the ages, including the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother. They were all bigwigs that had left behind their own legends in history. Unlike the White Deer Demon, Li Xingba, and the others whose cultivations were still low, not only were the grand heavenly realm experts stronger, the amount of information they grasped couldn't be ignored either. Yen Zhaoga asked himself, ever since he reincarnated into the 8 extremities world, there were many reasons why he could reach where he was now. However, one of them couldn't be ignored. During his first life, when he had transformed into the heavenly quartz divine palaces, Pill Hall's hall spirit before the great calamity, he had read a lot of books. Not only were there various supreme martial arts, but there were also various miscellaneous studies, pill refinement, and artifact refinement recipes. In fact, there were even some seemingly insignificant gossip and rumors within the heavenly quartz divine palace. All of these allowed Yen Zhaoga's knowledge to overwhelm most of the opponents he had encountered. Many people who went against him would eventually feel that they had lost inexplicably and died without knowing why. This was the reason why. However, as Yan Zhaoge climbed higher and higher, his opponents became stronger and stronger. Among them, there were many existences that were even older than the heavenly court's divine palace. As such, the advantage that the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository gave him became less and less obvious. What should I do now? Chapter 1508. Since a long time ago, Yan Zhaoge had been thinking about this problem. The best solution was naturally to increase his own strength. If he was strong enough, he could go anywhere in the world. However, many things couldn't be accomplished in a single day. For example, Feng, Yunsheng, Su Fei, Pan Pan, and even Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone might seem to have ascended to the heavens with a single step, but there was still a limit to it. Moreover, there were still hidden dangers. Most of the time, one couldn't be too impatient. Some basic accumulations of time were still required. However, his opponents might not be so lenient as to give him sufficient time. Yan Zhaoge himself knew that he had struck the middle of the river when he had not succeeded in crossing it, and his enemies would similarly understand this principle. This was how the saying, "time waits for no man," came about. What happened before was actually an example. Yan Zhaoge had caught the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands off guard. They didn't expect him to have 3 virtual immortal peak golden bodies of the great sage. They also didn't expect the 3 golden bodies of the great sage to fuse into one, manifesting the true great sage equaling heaven's demon physique. In the end, even the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit were defeated. The famed heretic, heavenly immortal great king of inspiration was killed on the spot, and half of the immortal court's heavenly palace was destroyed. While only a heavenly immortal and a dozen virtual immortals perished, Yan Zhaoge's actions had shaken the immortal court's foundation. If he didn't handle it well, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might cause the immortal court's army to crumble. Yan Zhaoge's actions had an impact comparable to when Suo Mingzhang killed the immortal court's 4 heavenly lords. With 2 consecutive heavy blows, the immortal court's injuries worsened. The balance between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court had lost its balance. Facing such a situation, the Western Pure Lands, who supported the immortal court, retaliated. Mahamayuri reappeared and became the immortal court's pillar of support. He captured the grand heavenly realm experts and deterred the demon race from acting recklessly. Previously, Yan Zhaoge stood out and wreaked havoc in the immortal court, single-handedly changing the direction of the situation. Now, Kong Xian had single-handedly reversed the situation of the immortal court that was about to collapse. With his support, the other Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands could assist the immortal court in repelling the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Yan Zhaoge believed that not only would the immortal court not suffer any losses this time, they might even launch a counterattack. With the immeasurable heavenly lord and the Maitreya Buddha restraining each other, if the blessed lands of the White Lotus couldn't find an effective method to resist Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light, the immortal court might even be able to reclaim the 800 immortal territories and myriad worlds that they had lost. As for whether or not they would be able to gain more, it would depend on how much they spent to buy Kong Xian's subordinates. Kong Xian's retreat meant that the immortal court's advantage was no longer there. After all, after Suo Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge slaughtered 2 waves of people, the immortal court's vitality was greatly damaged. Ultimately, it wasn't as strong as the blessed lands of the White Lotus. If the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had a way to deal with Kong Xian, it would be an entirely different story. But at the moment, Mahamayuri had such deterrence and influence. He seemed to have the attitude that no one in the Tao realm could compete with him. Speaking of which, the demon race did have someone that could compete with Kong Xian. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. What a pity! Rather than feeling pity for the demon race, Yan Zhaoge felt pity for himself. The fusion of the three golden bodies of the great sage and manifesting the great sage equaling heaven's true form consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, the duration of maintaining it was too short. It was unknown if they could deal with Mahamayuri within such a short period of time. Moreover, it was pointless to think about it now. After causing havoc in the immortal court, Yan Zhaoge and the others needed to rest. After making a move, the enemy would retaliate, and they wouldn't be able to make a second move. Yan Zhaoge felt disgusted by such a feeling. Although he had countless ways to console himself by telling himself that he had done his best against a group of ancient demons and that he was a grand heavenly realm bigwig, such consolation was useless against Yan Zhaoge. Since he had already reached this level, similar situations would only increase in the future. The key was how to solve the problem. As such, Yan Zhaoge's current priority was to accumulate more strength for himself. The assistance provided by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository was diminishing. As such, other than his own cultivation, he had to find ways to uncover new trump cards in other areas. Just like how he had risked his life to help the great sage equaling heaven's escape from the Five Elements Mountain, which allowed him to obtain the golden body of the great sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to slaughter his way to the immortal court and forcefully kill He Mian despite facing three grand heavenly realm experts seeking justice for Nie Jingshin and Yu Yi without the three golden bodies of the great sage as his foundation. Even if he was filled with courage, he wouldn't be able to do so. Even if he went to the immortal court, he would only be humiliating himself. Of course, the more trump cards he had, the better. However, it wouldn't be easy. In fact, from Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the knowledge stored within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository wasn't completely outdated or useless. It was still one of his greatest weapons, but it was merely a foundation. Other than a few existences, everything in the world would always continue to evolve. The present was superior to the past because it could continuously innovate. Throughout his journey, the reason why Yan Zhaoge was able to suppress many people with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository was because the opponents he encountered in the early stages were more or less affected by the Great Calamity's cultural discontinuity. In other words, to Yan Zhaoge, those enemies who were in the stage where the martial civilization was starting over after the Great Calamity were the more primitive, backward, and undeveloped ancients who possessed the extremely flourishing martial civilization of before the Great Calamity. However, Yan Zhaoge never thought that he had nothing to worry about. To him, the Great Calamity had left a deep impression on him, causing him to feel a deep sense of danger. Now that he was getting closer to the truth, his sense of danger naturally grew stronger. As such, from a long time ago, Yan Zhaoge had been thinking about using the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository as a foundation to deduce some new developments. Reality had proven that he was quite talented in this aspect, and his rewards were bountiful. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual that caused the primordial heart devil to suffer was one of his rewards. Now it was time for him to test out another reward. Yan Zhaoge stood up. First, he laid down a complicated formation in the room. Then, he placed a talisman within the formation. He walked along the edge of the formation and circled around the talisman. His speed was as fast as lightning. This continued for a full 78 hours before Yan Zhaoge finally came to a halt. He looked a little tired, but a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Countless profound runes appeared on the talisman in the middle of the formation. Ahu! Yan Zhaoge called out. A burly man's figure quickly appeared in front of him. "What orders do you have, young master?" Yen Zhaoge took the talisman and passed it to who send this talisman to the roving jade heavens. After meeting Senior Gao, ask her to stick it on the immortal slaughtering sword for 49 days. Chapter 1509. Who took the talisman paper and asked, "Young master, can I send it directly? Is there anything I should pass on to Senior Gao?" You only need to say that this is to find the other 3 treasured swords. As for the rest of the matter, Senior Gao will naturally understand the reason behind it after obtaining the talisman. Yen Zhaoge answered. Ahu nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, young master." After a short pause, Ahu said, "Young master, the Red Lotus Cliffs Miss Fu, Mr. He, and Miss Meng that you asked me to keep an eye on have not made any moves." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge did not immediately reply, instead concentrating on pondering carefully. Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing knew about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly venerate even before they became human immortals. As a result, an invisible seed was planted in the depths of their souls. Although nothing had happened all these years, no one could be sure when the seed would sprout. Once the seed sprouted, these 3 young elites of Taoism's direct lineage might be illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly Lord, even if they were in the awakened sky cosmos or the pill hall. If they were caught off guard, it could cause a huge mess. In the worst-case scenario, the pill hall and the awakened sky cosmos location might be exposed to the immortal court. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge and the others had always been pondering on how to suppress that formless seed, preventing it from germinating and preventing the worst-case scenario from happening. Even though Yen Zhaoge was fighting against the 9 underworlds, he didn't forget to make arrangements before leaving the awakened sky cosmos. He kept an eye on Fu Ting and the others to prevent the immortal court from taking advantage of the situation. Now, he had wreaked havoc on the land of the immortal court, causing great damage to the immortal court. In the end, it was only because of Mahamayuri that they managed to salvage the situation. If the immortal court wanted to make a move on the orthodox Taoism to regain their face, the world beyond worlds was just a lower choice. If they couldn't find the sky beyond skies, they would only vent their anger on them. If he could directly find the sky beyond skies, he would definitely settle the score with Yen Zhaoge. At this time, Yen Zhaoge was naturally even more vigilant. However, the immeasurable heavenly Lord seemed to have forgotten that there were still a few potential targets for him to purify. Are they certain that it will have no effect? Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself. Even our side doesn't have the confidence of being able to intercept it. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge shook his head and looked at who we've already returned to the sky beyond skies. If there's any problem, I'll personally take care of it. Leave everything here and head to the roving jade heavens. When you arrive at the roving jade heavens, make a trip to the Ashen Spirit Valley. When you see Taoist Cloud Conquest, apologize to him on my behalf. He wouldn't be able to handle He Mion's matter personally, said Yen Zhaoge. Yes, young master, Ahu answered. Yen Zhaoge continued. Senior apprentice sister Yu's matter cannot be rushed for the time being. After I have recovered to my peak, I will personally head to the roving jade heavens again to continue studying it together with Senior Gao and Senior Apprentice Granduncle Long. I will pass on the message to Senior Gao and the others. If young master has no other orders, I will set off right away. Go. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Ahu took his leave, while Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes and calmed his mind to recuperate. A day later, Ahu returned from the roving jade heavens. Young master, Senior Gao stuck the talisman on the immortal slaughtering sword right in front of me. He said that he would stick it on for 49 days. All right. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes and nodded. Whether or not there are any gains, we will know after 49 days. I hope that we won't be disappointed. Then, He stood up and left for the Pill Hall's Purple Divine Pavilion. There, he saw his mother, Shui Chuqing. "Is there any news from the Tao universe?" "Not yet." Shui Chuqing sighed and shook her head. "After all, it's quite a distance away. In order to prevent the awakened sky cosmos and the Pill Hall's location from being exposed, we have to be cautious when gathering information. Being cautious would result in a lack of efficiency. This was something that couldn't be helped. Most of the immortal realm experts that were active within the awakened sky cosmos were recuperating after the previous battle. It wasn't beneficial for the transmission of information. Yan Zhaoge could only relax his mind and wait patiently. After a few days, there was finally confirmed news. The Tao universe was successfully invaded by the Immortal Court. The situation regarding the world beyond worlds and the people of the lower realms was still uncertain. However, it was worth noting that there seemed to be ordinary citizens who had left the Tao universe and migrated towards the Immortal Court. The world beyond worlds, where the orthodox Taoism's jade clear and grand clear lineages flourished, had become history. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshen, the encompassing emperor, the heaven emperor, the new exalt, Li Juanxin, the northwestern exalt, Lian Zolin, the western exalt, Lang Qing, and the others had all disappeared. The news from the Immortal Court stated that they had subdued the heretics. As a result, the negative effects caused by Yan Zhaoge's wanton destruction were quickly disappearing. The Immortal Court's large-scale counterattack was reclaiming their lost lands. They were starting to reclaim the 800 immortal territories and myriad worlds that had been occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus for more than 20 years. The entire Immortal Court could finally hold their heads high. Ironically, the Immortal Court didn't know that they didn't rely on their own abilities to reclaim their lands. Instead, they relied on the Western Pure Land's assistance, said Yan Zhaoge with a playful smile. However, despite the Immortal Court's counterattack, they only managed to reclaim their lost lands. It wasn't that easy for them to turn around and attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus. While Mahamayuri was strong, he wasn't a Tao realm expert. While he possessed the omnipresent, miraculous abilities of a grand, heavenly realm expert, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, his area of coverage was definitely inferior. If they were to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Kong Xian wouldn't be able to intimidate existences like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Moreover, Kong Xian was only helping out because of the deal with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He wouldn't help the Immortal Court to their deaths. Helping the Immortal Court through this tribulation had already achieved their goal. As a result, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court stopped while they were ahead. After reclaiming the Immortal Court's 3,000 immortal territories, their counterattack immediately slowed down. The Immortal Court was currently busy consolidating and rebuilding the faith that had suffered multiple setbacks, repelling the blessed lands of the White Lotus, reclaiming their lost lands, and taking down the Tao universe to take revenge. With these two methods working together, their efforts were fruitful. If the world beyond worlds is like this, what about the North Star Emperor's side? Asked Yan Zhaoge after pondering. Shui Chuqing said, other than the heretics that descended upon our Tao universe, there were also Buddhism bigwigs patrolling outside. Evidently, they came specifically for the North Star Emperor. When Mahamayuri made his move, he alone held the fort against 10,000 enemies. This allowed the Western Pure Lands Buddhism bigwigs to move freely. Whether the North Star Emperor clashed with those Buddhas is still unknown. However, judging from the Tao universe's outcome, the Immortal Court still succeeded in the end. Chapter 1510. Yan Zhaoge agreed with Shui Chuqing's judgment. With that, the North Star Emperor might change his style. Shui Chuqing continued guessing. That's hard to say. It's still too early to say. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the top of the purple divine pavilion. The current situation is different from 20 years ago. Shui Chuqing nodded silently. 20 years ago, while the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would engage in a huge battle every once in a while, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had always remained hidden behind the scenes. Ever since the Great War began 20 years ago, the experts of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race came out of seclusion and participated in the war, including the North Star Emperor. The Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts had a huge advantage against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. As such, the North Star Emperor and the blessed lands of the White Lotus alone would pose a huge threat to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. If they posed a threat to the immortal court, they might expose themselves to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were to hold each other back, the situation would be different. Of course, the future Buddha would be more than happy to do so. Yen Zhaoge's havoc in the immortal court was proof of that. Now, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism experts had reappeared. While the demon race experts fought against them, the North Star Emperor and the others weren't as free as before. Their threat towards the immortal court was greatly reduced. Other than the favorable timing, Yen Zhaoge's success was mainly due to the fusion of the three golden bodies of the Great Sage. The Great Sage equaling heaven's true form was too powerful. Even the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the great King of Inspiration couldn't withstand his attacks. Just like Mahamayuri, he could remain unhindered even if he was surrounded by grand heavenly realm experts. However, such existences were few and far between. Even when Yen Zhaoge manifested the great sage equaling heaven's true form, he could only maintain it for a short period of time. Objectively speaking, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts' threat towards the immortal court was much weaker compared to the past. Especially after Mahamayuri's interference, the immortal court managed to regain their lost territories. However, it wasn't enough to turn defeat into victory. The two heretics would return to a stalemate. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. The result was a temporary truce, recuperating and waiting for the next opportunity. After the great calamity, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had been fighting against each other for so many years. The intensity of the war had peaks and troughs. It had always been like this, and the cycle never stopped. When the battle between the two sides was not so intense, they could naturally divert more attention to other aspects. For the three clear lineage, their days weren't as free and comfortable as when they were in the middle of the war. This was also one of the reasons why Yen Zhaoge was thinking of adding new trump cards to his collection. Overall, the blessed lands of the White Lotus still holds the advantage, said Yen Zhaoge softly. It is likely that Mahamayuri will only take action once. After he stops, the rest will have to rely on themselves. Shui Chuqing understood what he meant. The damage that the exalted fire and you have caused to the immortal court is real. It will be hard to make up for it in a short period of time. In total, the immortal court had lost 5 grand heavenly immortals and over 30 grand virtual immortals. In the first place, they were inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus to begin with. Now that their vitality had been greatly damaged, the immortal court would definitely be in a disadvantageous position. The only reason why they could turn the tides around was because of Mahamayuri's efforts. However, it was merely an empty flame. After this empty flame was extinguished, the immortal court would still be in a disadvantageous position. Of course, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't be willing to lose their previous gains. Even a cooked duck could fly away. Next, they would definitely continue with their battle strategy. Only no one could be sure if Mahamayuri would take action again. Even if it was just a transaction. Who knew if the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court had enough capital to purchase Kong Xian's help for a second time? As such, even if Kong Xian stopped this time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would still be cautious. The Immortal Court was destined to maintain a defensive stance. In fact, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even slowly devour a portion of their territories. However, if there weren't any major changes, the intensity of the battle between the two sides would definitely decrease. Probing and involving would become the main theme. The Immortal Court would have to remain safe for a period of time. For the orthodox Taoism, the good news was that the pressure from the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands had decreased. The bad news was that the Immortal Court had swept through the Tao universe and even abducted their people. They wouldn't be able to settle the score with the Immortal Court. The other side was clearly on the defensive, waiting for the Immortal Court to come knocking on their door. If they're forced into a corner, we might as well help the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus to attack the Immortal Court. Yen Zhaoge slapped his head. Senior Suo, the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and our golden body of the Great Sage are sufficient to break the balance between the two sides. Unless they invite Mahamayuri out again. Xue Chuqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yen Zhaoge's nagging. Let's not talk about the grand heavenly realm emperors. Let's talk about you. Do you still have the strength to fight? I can at least think about it, right? Yen Zhaoge smiled lazily. In the past, during the Great Calamity, these few factions weren't clean. In the end, they would have to settle their grudges with us orthodox Taoism. Unlike how the world beyond worlds provided assistance to the Immortal Court in the past, as we grew stronger, we gradually gained the ability to form alliances. We're no longer forced to be cannon fodder for others. The smile on Yen Zhaoge's face slowly disappeared. He muttered to himself, however, it's still not enough. We still need to become stronger. So, you're not thinking about the Prime Clear's immortal extermination formation? Yen Di and Xue Chuqing were aware of Yen Zhaoge's plans. Xue Chuqing softly said, or rather, everyone is thinking about the immortal extermination formation. How's your plan going? I can't say for sure now. Let's patiently wait for the immortal slaughtering swords movements. Yen Zhaoge said, when we receive news from the immortal slaughtering sword, we can make further preparations. While waiting, Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Yen Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others were also recovering. Only when they had sufficient confidence would it be time for them to take action. Actually, I've been thinking about it. We can't let the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus calm down. We have to think of a way to intensify the war between them and force them to place more attention on each other. Only then would it be more convenient for us to take action. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Otherwise, as we grow stronger and our influence increases, the two of them might even be on guard against us. They might even come together to suppress us, causing us to fall back to the depths of the abyss. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Xue Chuqing frowned slightly. What do you intend to do? Chapter 15:11. Xue Chuqing looked at Yen Zhaoge and frowned. You wouldn't be thinking of massacring the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas, right? To tell you the truth, I really did think of it. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Still, I felt that it was rather silly afterwards, and thus gave up on the idea. A profound immortal of the Tao sects, who is equivalent to an Arhat of the Buddhist sects, wants to kill the Buddha of the Pure Land, who is equivalent to a celestial immortal of the Tao sects. Even if it was a Buddha who came from the heretical path, this idea was quite unbelievable, arrogant, and crazy. Still, Xue Chuqing knew that if she planned it well and caught him off guard, Yen Zhaoge might really be able to achieve this. The example of the Afflatus king was right before his eyes. After patiently waiting for the golden body of the great sage to recover its vitality, the current broad Creed Mountain could truly threaten many grand heavenly realm existences, especially those of the heretic Tao. Xue Chuqing couldn't help but sigh in her heart every time she thought of this. Although she was the direct disciple of the exalted Wood Luminary's lineage, and her roots could be traced back to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, one of the four imperials of Taoism, she had never expected that one day the person beside her would actually possess such power. Perhaps Yen Zhaoge himself had yet to reach such heights, but he already possessed such power. It hadn't been like that when they were dealing with the demons of the netherworld, but after that it had improved by leaps and bounds, and it couldn't be judged by the old standards anymore. However, as Yen Zhaoge had said, it was still not enough now. They still needed to be stronger. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, she straightened her expression slightly as she looked at him. Reigniting the flames of war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was not an easy task. At the very least, one of them had to judge that the gains from the war were far greater than the price they had to pay. Only then would everything be possible. Suo Mingzhang and Yen Zhaoge had caused a ruckus in the immortal court twice, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After all, it wasn't something that could be recovered within a short period of time. Even if they illuminated the world beyond worlds and regained their 800 immortal territories, they would only be able to regain their footing as they were still far from recovering their vitality. Now, there were only 8 grand heavenly immortals left, not to mention the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Even if they were to be compared to his own peak state, they were still much weaker. So in essence, they were still in a very weak position. If the blessed lands of the White Lotus were to attack again, the immortal court would still lose their cities and territories, repeating the scene from 20 years ago. However, since they couldn't determine Mahamayuri's intentions, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't act recklessly and incite the flames of war. Instead, they cautiously probed and infiltrated. To Yen Zhaoge, even if he could successfully reduce the number of immortal court heavenly lords or even kill the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race wouldn't be able to resolve themselves to start another war, unless he had a way to restrain Mahamayuri. Therefore, the other option was to kill the blessed lands of the White Lotus Grand heavenly realm experts. Moreover, it was a massive amount of damage, causing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to be even weaker than the immortal court. In this way, the immortal court might be the one to make the first move. This idea seemed even crazier, but if he could seize the right opportunity, it might not be impossible. After all, to the great sage equaling heaven, a heretic Grand Luo was no different from a grand virtual immortal. There was no need to doubt the immortal court's eagerness to take advantage of the situation. In essence, they and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were the main competitors. However, this method of fanning the flames from both sides and waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters was undoubtedly a bad idea that thought one was clever. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't just watch as Yen Zhaoge and the others weaken. This could easily cause the two opposing sides to temporarily put aside their conflicts and work together to suppress Yen Zhaoge and the others. Although the awakened sky cosmos whereabouts were uncertain, it wasn't completely foolproof. If the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands, and the demon race worked together to suppress them, the current orthodox Taoism might not be able to withstand it. With Xue Chuqing's understanding of Yen Zhaoge, while he often acted frivolously, he wasn't someone who would get carried away. Since Yen Zhaoge had given up on provoking both sides, Xue Chuqing was very interested in what he was planning. Actually, I'm thinking about the 3 wondrous stones left behind by the Nuwa sovereign when she mended the heavens. Yan Zhaoga's eyes flickered. Xue Chuqing understood what he was trying to say. Yeah, it's in line with your habit of thinking about things, tracing back to the source and reorganizing the clues. Indeed. Actually, I've been thinking about this for the past few years. I want to see if I can discover any opportunities from within, said Yan Zhaoga. Only, there are still some things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. He looked towards Xue Chuqing. The Nuwa sovereign left behind 3 wondrous stones. Needless to say, the earthly essence stone is the foundation of the great sage equaling heavens. Its miraculous trait lies in its indestructible nature, allowing it to remain eternally stable. As for the humanly essence stone, it could gather faith power and cause it to undergo a qualitative change. It allowed the small path of the divine Tao of incense to become a bright path. The Maitreya Buddha, who had his hopes of achieving the Tao severed, successfully ascended to the Tao realm and opened up a brand new path. However, this path also created the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoga stroked his chin. That's why I'm guessing that a portion of the humanly essence stone fragments had fallen into the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. During the Middle Era, the Buddhas and demons fought against each other. The humanly essence stone was divided into 108 fragments, which were arranged by the demon race's 36 great sages and 72 small sages. In the end, after the journey to the west, most of them were left behind. Most of the fragments fell into the hands of traveling monk Sun and Buddhist monk Sanzang. In the end, they naturally fell into the hands of the central blessed lands of Saha's mystical mountains' Great Thunderclap Monastery. However, a portion of it was still scattered outside. Yan Zhaoga was currently thinking about whether there were any humanly essence stone fragments that had yet to fall into the hands of the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Was there any possibility of them making a fuss? Of course, the immeasurable heavenly lords and the future Buddha's paths would be different. Perhaps the heavenly essence stone was involved as well. Yan Zhaoga let out a sigh and smiled. The immortal court and the western pure lands, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Their relationship seems to be more interesting than I expected. Xue Chuqing pondered for a while and said, We don't have any humanly essence stone fragments with us. However, some might have them. Only we aren't sure if he's still alive. Yan Zhaoga pondered and said, However, as long as the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus aren't sure if he's still alive, we might be able to spread fake news to attract the heretics. Xue Chuqing was stunned at first. Then she pondered, Are you talking about, in the past, among the 36 demon race great sages, there was a top-notch figure. Yan Zhaoga nodded. He's called the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits. He's somewhat related to our Taoism. Chapter 1512. Hearing Yan Zhaoga mention the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits, Xue Chuqing muttered softly, Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation, was also known as the Great Emperor of the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor, the Heavenly Lord of Salvation, or the Emperor of Qing Xian Zhuoyang. The Grand Sage of 9 Spirits was his mount, the 9-headed lion. This existence was one of the few almighty experts in the history of the Tao sect. At the same time, he was also one of the most powerful powerhouses in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana did not reside in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all year round. Instead, he traveled the world and rarely asked about the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Of course, no one would underestimate this ancient Empyrean who was born from the Khanate world. However, this big shot's whereabouts were erratic all year round, making it hard for others to guess. Moreover, he rarely interfered in the affairs of the world, so he seemed to be rather mysterious. Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoga. you're thinking of using the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor's name to falsify his whereabouts. Then, you'll spread the news that the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor possesses a person's fragment, which would attract the attention of the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It would be best if you could incite a war between them. That's right, Yen Zhaoga nodded. Xue Chuqing stared at him for a long while before asking slowly, "Have you ever considered that there might be two problems with this?" Yen Zhaoga met her gaze and said with a smile, "Firstly, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had already broken free from the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and regained his freedom. He had entered the demon race's Astro Mountains, Starry Seas. Secondly, the Tai Nirvana Lord could also be the boundless Lord of Heaven. It looks like you've already considered it." Xue Chuqing nodded and asked. Yen Zhaoga answered, "If the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits is still alive and even regained his freedom and entered the Astral Mountain Starry Sea, there are two possibilities. The humanly essenced stone fragment in his possession is either in the hands of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord or in the hands of the East Sovereign. The second possibility is that after he learns of our information, he would see through it and inform the blessed lands of the White Lotus. If the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord is indeed the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he will easily see through my tricks once he receives the news." Yen Zhaoga raised his two hands, each holding up an index finger, before bringing them together in the middle. No matter which one it is, it can actually be concluded as the same result. Then he smiled. "But it doesn't affect our goal." As someone who had been on the run for many years, Xue Chuqing's way of thinking was rather similar to Yen Zhaoga's to some extent. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, she raised her brows slightly. "A trap within a trap?" "Zhaoga, in recent years, you've become more and more dazzling. To the external Tao, and even to the demon race and the Western Pure Lands magnates, you're like a thorn in their side. If there's a chance to get rid of you, they wouldn't miss it. You're trying to use His Majesty Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor's name to create a diversion. Once the other party sees through it, he might feign ignorance and use it to lure you or the people from the awakened sky cosmos out. Then, he will seize the opportunity to kill you." Xue Chuqing looked at Yen Zhaoga, "And this just happens to fall right into our trap. Our goal is to divert the enemy's attention, allowing us to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword to search for the other three swords. The news about the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor was originally just a feint." "That's right." Yen Zhaoga nodded. Xue Chuqing let out a soft sigh and muttered, "However, if we can't incite the heretics to start a war again, even if the other party falls for our trap and is successfully lured away, we might not even have enough time to search for the swords. Nothing is perfect in this world. However, increasing our chances of victory is always better than decreasing it." Yen Zhaoga smiled. "Isn't this what it means to prepare for a rainy day? Even if the other party doesn't fall for our trap, it's fine. Every bit of profit we obtain is worth it." After hearing his words, Xue Chuqing first nodded. Then she shook her head and reminded, "The less you do, the less mistakes you'll make. The more you do, the more mistakes you'll make. Traces of your actions might be left behind, and the other party might be able to use it against you. It's not like we don't have any losses or risks at all." She looked at Yen Zhaoga and said emotionally, "Currently, the three clear lineage's descendants are in a much better situation than before. However, looking at the current situation, we're still lagging behind. We still have to be careful. Otherwise, all our previous efforts might go to waste." "I understand," said Yen Zhaoga solemnly with a solemn expression. Xue Chuqing smiled. "Don't blame me for nagging. I'm just saying a few words. Zhaoga, you're already the true pillar of our Taoism's direct lineage. If you have any ideas, just go ahead and do them." Yan Zhaoge also smiled. You can rest assured. After taking his leave of Shui Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge went to check on Feng Yunsheng. She was still meditating. Yan Zhaoge observed her and found the results to be satisfactory. Thus, he left quietly without disturbing her. Su Fei, Pan Pan, and Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone were also recuperating. Shi Jun's injuries had already stabilized. Now, he had to consider how to prevent himself from becoming a cripple. If I really can't do it, I'll just cultivate single-handed sword arts and single-legged footwork. After Yan Zhaoge checked on his condition, Shi Jun said with a self-mocking smile. Yan Zhaoge observed him for a while. After knowing that his master Su Fei was fine, this young man's emotions were still rather stable, although he was also troubled by the loss of his right eye, right arm, and right leg. His mother and master were both fine. As a result, Shi Jun's mood was much more relaxed. Silly brat, don't think too much. Your senior apprentice uncle has already thought of a few methods. However, I'm still considering which one is more suitable and beneficial for your future. Yan Zhaoge patted on his shoulder. Shi Jun smiled foolishly. However, he quickly asked worriedly, Senior apprentice uncle, when will my mother wake up? Sister-in-law Yuzhen is fine now. She can be awakened any time. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand and smiled, only considering how the Earth Devil had caused a ruckus, and how her cultivation was still too low. I decided to let her rest and recuperate her body as much as possible. That's good, that's good. Shi Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge bade farewell and settled the matters in the sky beyond skies. Then he left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving jade heavens. Shi Jun and his mother were fine now. However, Yu Ye's situation in the roving jade heavens wasn't optimistic. Back in the 9 underworlds, if not for Nie Jingshan's sword qi protecting Yu Yi, who had recovered from his injuries due to falling to the dark side, Yu Yi would have long passed the 7th day of her death. And now, her injuries were so severe that they were comparable to Ying Yuzhen's, or even more complicated. After Yan Zhaoge arrived at the roving jade heavens and visited the prime clear bigwigs, he stayed by Yu Ye's side and researched on the treatment method. Yan Zhaoge only went to meet Gao Qingxian again when the 49 days of the agreed-upon date arrived. Something's happening. After seeing each other, Gao Qingxuan's words were concise. Chapter 15:13. Upon hearing the commotion, Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose. He followed Gao Qingxian to a secluded room, where Gao Qingxuan's clone and Long Xingquan sat facing each other. Between them, an ancient sword hovered in midair. A talisman was pasted on the ancient sword's hilt. It was Yan Zhaoge's handiwork, currently for doors vaguely surfaced above the ancient sword. They were separated into 4 directions, seemingly illusory yet real. Ruthless auras emanated from within, as if a simple immortal extermination formation had been erected. Only, the scene in front of him was different from the true immortal extermination formation. Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this. This was the secret art he came up with. He was attempting to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword's strength to search for the other 3 swords. At this moment, only one of the 4 doors seemed to have a sword hanging on it. Strands of black qi revolved around the sword's blade, which corresponded to the immortal slaughtering sword. Yan Zhaoge carefully examined the other 3 doors and revealed an excited expression. There's hope. That's great. Gao Qingxian continued asking, only what should we do next? We don't have any more clues on hand. Long Xingquan sighed. In the past, eldest senior brother had ventured out with Taoist Di to search for the immortal trapping sword's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to find anything. In the end, they never returned and perished outside. Gao Qingxuan's expression was also filled with sorrow. Among the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's disciples, the one closest to her was her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. In the past, after Di Qinglian and Yan Xingtang got married, she still frequently interacted with Gao Qingxian and Long Xingchuan. Yan Xingtang and Long Xingchuan were of the Jade Clear lineage. Tracing back to their roots, their lineage's Grand Master was the #1 sword cultivator among the Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord's disciples, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. It was worth mentioning that during the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, the Prime Clear lineage was defeated and the Immortal Extermination Formation was destroyed. The Immortal Extermination Four Swords, used to lay down the formation, fell into the hands of a group of Jade Clear bigwigs. Master Red Essence obtained the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, while the Immortal Trapping Sword went to the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Later, the Middle Era's Qi Jing, Zi perished at the hands of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword was taken back by the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. However, before he could retrieve the other 3 swords, he died because of the Mahesvara heavenly demon. Thus, the Immortal Trapping Sword had always been in the hands of Taoist Jade Cauldron. It was just that after the ancient epic Taoist Jade Cauldron lived in seclusion all year round, and there was very little news about him. After the change of epics and the Great Calamity, there was no news of him at all. Yan Xintang was of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's direct lineage. Thus, he set off together with Di Qinglian of the Prime Clear direct lineage, attempting to follow the extremely limited remains left behind by his predecessors. Not only did they intend to confirm the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's death, they also sought out the whereabouts of the Immortal Trapping Sword. This trip lasted for many years, but unfortunately, he did not gain anything. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingchuan, Li Ying, Chen Xuanzong, Yu Xinbei, and the others all tried to find them. However, all they received was grievous news. Before the 2 of them left, the life swords they left behind broke at the same time, announcing their deaths. After the Great Calamity, the 2 most outstanding sword arts geniuses of Taoism had perished at the same time, leaving behind endless regrets for the people of the world, as well as endless pain for Gao Qingxian, Long Xingchuan. And the others, their final inheritance was Yan Di, who was placed within the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. No one knew where he was drifting within the void, but he was destined to be reborn within the Tao universe. Yan Zhaoge had heard about this a long time ago. During his travels, he would often search for Yan Xintang and Yandi's burial grounds. Unfortunately, there weren't any clues on hand, and nothing was found. Sometimes we have to wait for fortune. Yan Zhaoge circled around the Immortal Slaughtering Sword a few times. Previously, we couldn't find it. Now, we might be able to borrow the Immortal Slaughtering Sword's help. He said softly, "Grandfather and grandmother's perishing was too bizarre and sudden. I feel that there should be some sort of trigger. I guess that they might have found the Immortal Trapping Sword. Even if they didn't, I believe that they're not far from it." Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. If we can find the Immortal Trapping Sword, we might be able to find the traces left behind by our ancestors. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Although I've asked Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and received a negative answer, I'd like to ask again. Do grandfather and grandmother really have no hope of survival? Although I hope for a miracle to happen." Long Xingchuan shook his head. That life sword is even more accurate than secret arts like the soul lamp. Moreover, it's a combination of male and female. In the end, both swords broke apart. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. Let's give it a try if there's anything left behind by our ancestors. Gao Qingxian took out a sword artifact. It was a sacred artifact, one of the swords personally refined by Di Qinglian before she opened the immortal door. Yan Zhaoge held onto the long sword and tossed it up, causing it to hover above the 4 illusory doors. When the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly, the sacred artifact sword above it trembled as well. Layers of formation patterns emanated from the talisman on the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. They were engraved within the void and transformed into a formation. The formation patterns flickered with radiances which clustered together and enveloped the sacred artifact longsword. As time passed, the longsword remained motionless. It seems like this sword won't do. Yan Zhaoge didn't show any signs of disappointment. He calmly shook his head. Try mine. After Gao Qingxian retrieved the longsword, Yan Zhaoge retrieved a sword artifact as well. It flickered with a faint golden radiance and was abnormally sharp. As a sacred artifact, it far surpassed Gao Qingxuan's sword. It was the Venus sword. In the past, Yan Xintang had forged a high-grade sacred artifact in accordance with the 9 luminaries' name. It was on par with the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown, the grand longevity banner, and other treasures. It could be considered as a king among sacred artifacts. It wasn't that Yan Xintang was better than Di Qinglian in artifact forging. Instead, this Venus sword was forged by Yan Xintang after he became an immortal. For so many years, this sword had always been the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountains, northern High Peaks Jade, Capital Crag, lineage's inheritance treasure. After Yu Jinbei left the Jade Capital Crag, the immortal artifact he forged, the origin opening sword, was left behind. However, he would definitely bring this Venus sword along with him. Only when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di appeared in the world beyond worlds, and Yu Jinbei returned from the void's boundless outskirts, did he decide to return this sword to the Yan family. However, no matter if it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Di, they both intended to return this sword to the Jade Capital Crag. Although the father and son were Yan Xintang's direct descendants, Yu Jinbei and the Jade Capital Crag were Yan Xintang's most legitimate successors in terms of martial arts inheritance. They had inherited his legacy. This time, Yan Zhaoge wanted to use the immortal slaughtering sword to search for the other 3 swords, as well as the whereabouts of Yan Xintang and his wife's graves. As such, Yan Zhaoge borrowed this sword from the Jade Capital Crag and brought it to the roving Jade Heavens. For Long Xingchuan, who was already a profound immortal, a sacred artifact was no different from an ordinary metal. However, when he looked at the Venus sword, he couldn't help but sigh. Yan Zhaoge held the Venus sword with both hands and tossed it into the formation. Chapter 15:14. When the Venus sword entered the formation, the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly, causing the Venus sword to tremble as well. However, the formation's radiance enveloped the Venus sword, yet no changes occurred. It doesn't seem to work either. Long Xingchuan frowned slightly. Do we need eldest apprentice brothers or Taoist these treasures after pushing open the immortal door? Yan Zhaoge walked around the immortal slaughtering sword and carefully analyzed the aura emanating from the formation. I can't tell for sure yet. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge perfected his deductions. There's one more thing. Perhaps we can try it out. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingchuan's expressions changed slightly, and they exclaimed in unison, "Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud." Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yes, Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. He looked towards Gao Qingxian and Long Xingchuan. My father is currently resting in the sky beyond skies. You can invite him over to the roving Jade Heavens. That would be great. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingchuan nodded. Yan Zhaoge immediately contacted Yan Di, and the 3 waited patiently. Other than the immortal trapping sword, there's another sword that we can try, said Yan Zhaoge as he waited. Oh. Gao Qingxian pondered. The immortal exterminating sword is the broad Creed Mountain really related to the Lord of Broad Accomplishment? During the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, the immortal exterminating four swords used to lay down the immortal exterminating formation fell into the hands of four jade clear bigwigs. Among them, Master Red Essence obtained the immortal slaughtering sword, while the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity obtained the immortal trapping sword. The Lord of Broad Accomplishment, who was known as the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, obtained the immortal exterminating sword. Just like the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment had vanished for many years. Before the Great Calamity, there was very little information about him. After the Great Calamity, there were no traces of him at all. The reason why Gao Qingxian thought of this was because Yan Zhaoge's broad Creed Mountain lineage relied on some incomplete grand clear inheritance and jade clear cyclic heavenly seal in the eight extremities worlds after the Great Calamity. Broad Creed Mountain's original supreme martial art, the heavenly broad Creed palm, was a variant of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal, also having been derived from the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's lineage's comprehensions of the cyclic heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge answered, "I am indeed eyeing the immortal exterminating sword. Still, our clan cannot be considered to be of the direct lineage of the Lord of Broad Accomplishment. It is just that our founder obtained this fortune that year." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge took out a shattered stone, holding it in his palm. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan looked at the irregularly shaped broken stone that had a few edges. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but with their cultivation and experience, they could tell that it was extraordinary. The fragment of Heavenly Lord Guangqing's treasure, the cyclic heavenly seal. Long Xingquan came to a realization. Yan Zhaoge nodded, explaining, "Right, back then, our broad Creed Mountain's founder obtained this fragment and analyzed some of the incomplete concept of the cyclic heavenly seal from it, transforming it into a palm art that became one of the cornerstones of our founding. Back then, when the exalted solar luminary was residing in the eight extremities world, he took this treasure with him when he left. It was only recently that it was returned to its rightful owner. It was precisely because he had more than one clue that Yan Zhaoge dared to place his hopes on collecting the immortal exterminating four swords, using the immortal exterminating formation to increase his side's strength and influence. If it weren't for his confidence, everything would just be a castle in the air." Gao Qingxian said, "With this item, there's indeed some hope of locating the heavenly Lord Guangqing." The cyclic heavenly seal fragment was directly related to the heavenly Lord Guangqing, while the immortal exterminating sword was related to the heavenly Lord Guangqing. There was hope of locating him through the immortal slaughtering sword. As for whether Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian were together with the immortal trapping sword, it was still unknown. If they weren't, it would be difficult to locate them through the immortal slaughtering sword. Once this technique is successfully used once, it will take 49 years before it can be used again. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly and said, "Close to 50 years. Hence, we won't be experimenting with the immortal exterminating sword for now. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for another 50 years if we succeed." He turned his head and looked at the immortal slaughtering sword. "We've tried our best with the immortal trapping sword. If we still couldn't find anything, let's consider other matters." Long Xingquan said slowly, "That's right. It's been more than 2,000 years, and we still couldn't locate eldest apprentice brother and Taoist D. Now that there's finally some hope, we should try more." "You're right, senior apprentice granduncle." Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yan Di quickly rushed over. His injuries had yet to fully recover, and he should be recuperating. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't disturb him previously. However, after hearing the news, Yan Di immediately rushed over. Emotionally speaking, Yan Di who had never interacted with his biological parents, wasn't very close to Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian. However, he was still filled with gratitude and admiration towards them. After knowing that there was hope of locating Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's graves, Yan Di temporarily put aside his recuperation and immediately rushed over to the roving Jade Heavens. After greeting each other, they didn't bother with formalities. Yan Di followed Yan Zhaoga's instructions, and a blurry cloud with a boundary arose above his head. Then, this cloud slowly descended towards the formation where the immortal slaughtering sword was located. After entering the formation, the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly. The cloud that resembled a lotus flower and a clump of cloud didn't seem to have any changes. However, when the formation's radiance landed on the cloud, the grand simplicity splendor cloud started surging, as if a lotus flower was continuously blooming. At the same time, the talisman pasted on the immortal slaughtering sword started burning. Upon witnessing this scene, Yan Zhaoga and the others' spirits rose, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. "Command!" Yan Zhaoga took a deep breath and walked forward. He allowed the talisman to burn as he drew something in midair with his finger. After a short while, the formation patterns started shrinking inward, and countless radiances surged into the flames created by the talisman's burning. Yan Zhaoga took out a blank talisman and tossed it into the flames. However, the blank talisman wasn't ignited. When the flames gradually extinguished, the talisman flew out from the flames once again. Yan Zhaoga kept it, and the talisman landed on his palm. He looked at it and saw many profound patterns appearing on the blank talisman. The grand simplicity splendor cloud regained its tranquility. The immortal slaughtering sword stopped trembling as well, and it quietly hovered in midair. Yan Di and Gao Qingxian stepped forward and kept the grand simplicity splendor cloud and the immortal slaughtering sword respectively. Then they looked towards Yan Zhaoga together with Long Xingquan. At the very least, it's a preliminary clue. We can try searching for it along this path. After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoga smiled. Yan Di and the others instantly felt a sense of relief. Now that we have an idea, there's no need to be in a hurry. Yan Zhaoga said, "Let's recuperate first. After we're done with our preparations, we'll depart. We've already waited for so many years. Indeed, there's no need to rush." Gao Qingxian slowly said, "Powerful enemies are still lurking around the outside world. If we act rashly, we'll only end up in tragedy. We have to create some chaos for our enemies so that they won't have the time to care about us. I have some ideas that we can try," said Yan Zhaoga. Chapter 15:15. After the battle between the two heretic sects temporarily came to an end, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had more time to pay attention to the movements of the Orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds. By then, even if Yan Zhaoga and the others remained hidden within the awakened sky cosmos, it would be hard for them to guarantee their safety, not to mention moving about outside the cosmos. If they were to reveal even the slightest trace of their presence, they might be hunted down. Even gathering information from the outside world, understanding the movements of various parties, and gathering intelligence would become more difficult. Not just Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di, and the others had also been thinking about how they should proceed from here on out. After hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others became interested. "What are your plans, Zhaoga?" asked Long Xingquan. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, luring the tiger away from the mountain, Yan Zhaoga simply stated his plans. Hearing his words, the trio fell into deep thought. In the following period of time, we will recuperate and heal our injuries. You should first make preparations for this plan. When the time is ripe, we will then make a decision," Yan Di said. Yan Zhaoga nodded. "Leave it to me." In the previous battle, most of their injuries were caused by the backlash of the immortal execution formation being broken. That was why these injuries were deeply entangled and difficult to remove at the root. It was easy to damage one's vitality and was difficult to recover from. Yan Zhaoge had recovered from his injuries due to a fortuitous encounter. He had even broken through the pure profound tribulation and ascended to the profound immortal realm. However, he immediately headed to the immortal court and didn't have the time to nurture his body. After wreaking havoc in the immortal court, his essence, energy, and spirit had been severely consumed, and his recovery was slow. It was because of this that he was unable to return to his peak state. Even Gao Qingxian, Taoist cloud conquest, and the others who were of the prime clear lineage weren't any better off. On the other hand, Xue Fei and the others had only overexerted themselves. They only needed to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, other than regulating his breathing and recuperating, Yan Zhaoge had been pondering on how to forge traces of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. It wouldn't do if it was too light or too heavy. If the heretics were truly unable to ascertain whether or not the Tai Nirvana Lord was still alive, and the traces he had revealed this time were too realistic, then there was a possibility that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would personally make a move. If there really were people's primordial stone fragments scattered outside, then both sides would definitely value them greatly. The immeasurable Heavenly Venerate cared about the humanly essence stone fragments more than the heavenly essence stone fragments. To Yan Zhaoge, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. It was also not good to be too perfunctory. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha did not personally make a move, perhaps the heretics would not be able to discern the authenticity of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's traces. However, there might be people from the Western Pure Lands and the demon race who were familiar with this extremely ancient Heavenly Venerate. This was especially true if the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits was still alive. After all, he used to be the mount of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had truly spent quite a bit of effort on this. After everything was prepared, Yan Zhaoge met up with Gao Qingxian and the others again. Their injuries had mostly recovered by now. How are your preparations for the matter regarding the eastern extremity viridescent splendor? Long Xingchuan asked. Yan Zhaoge answered, most of the preparations have been completed. However, it's not suitable for us to operate on our own. Otherwise, we might give ourselves away. We'll need to invite our Taoism Heavenly Lords who have already ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As he spoke, he looked towards Gao Qingxian. If the incongruence Divine Mother is free, I would like to ask for her help. Gao Qingxian nodded. Leave it to me. I'll contact the Divine Mother. Currently, among the Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortals who were confirmed to be alive, the North Star Emperor wasn't on good terms with the awakened sky cosmos. Even if they wanted to mend their relationship, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Suo, Mingzhang, Yan Zhaoge, and the sky beyond skies were the most compatible. However, due to what happened in the past, he was the Taoism Heavenly Immortal that the Immortal Court and other forces paid the most attention to. Now that the flames of war between the two heretics had gradually subsided, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was much more free than before. If Suo Mingzhang made any movements, he would immediately attract the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's attention. Yan Zhaoge wanted to cause some trouble for the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he had to control his actions well. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yan Zhaoge was still wary of him. This Taoism Heavenly Lord's attitude towards him made Yan Zhaoge feel weird. As such, Yan Zhaoge requested the incongruence Divine Mother to help him set up a diversion. While searching for Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's graves, he was also searching for the prime, clear, immortal trapping sword. It was only normal for the incongruence Divine Mother to help him out. She was too obvious and would easily attract the attention of Dao realm bigwigs. It wouldn't be convenient for her to search for the sword herself. She might as well hand it over to Yan Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others. The orthodox Taoism's current predicament was that they didn't have any Tao realm bigwigs that could stabilize the situation. As such, they would be weaker when facing the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the Maitreya Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Eastern Sovereign. However, everyone was moving towards the next level. Now that they had the golden body of the great sage, Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, Feng Yunsheng, and the others weren't afraid of the heretics' grand heavenly realm experts. This subtle difference was precisely the reason why Yan Zhaoge and the others had the chance to make a fuss. "I await the incongruence Divine Mother's good news," said Yan Zhaoge. As expected, the incongruence Divine Mother didn't reject him. Very quickly, the two heretics' higher-ups received the news, causing a commotion. It started from the incongruence Divine Mother, who had just participated in the war and managed to escape with much difficulty. Within a short period of time, she returned from her slumbering state within the boundless void. Other forces were paying close attention to these Taoism heavenly immortals. Very quickly, someone went to look for trouble. The incongruence Divine Mother was alerted and successfully escaped. However, because of this, she was discovered to be looking for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. To the new generation, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord was merely a title. However, to those who existed before the Great Calamity, none of them dared to underestimate him. As such, it quickly attracted the attention of others. Within the immortal court cosmos, outside of the 3,000 immortal territories, a green lotus suddenly approached. A red treasured banner could be vaguely seen on the green lotus. On top of the banner, golden lights flickered. When the green lotus reached outside of the 3,000 immortal territories, it stopped. However, within the immortal court's heavenly palace, a treasured light immediately flew out and swept the green lotus away. After the green lotus entered the immortal court's heavenly palace, it flew out from the treasured light. A Buddha sat on the lotus platform. His body was blue, and his right hand held the treasured banner on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the Dhyana Mudra. Between the grand heavenly immortal realms, the miraculous disappeared. A middle-aged Taoist appeared from the treasured light. He was one of the immortal court's heavenly lords. "Red Inferno Dhamma Lord, what brings you here?" asked a Taoist. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord on the green lotus answered, "I'm here for the matter regarding the incongruence Divine Mother and the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. I would like to meet the immeasurable Tao ancestor and ask for his help." "The immeasurable Heavenly Lord isn't in the heavenly palace right now. However, he left behind some instructions," said the Taoist. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord asked, "Oh, you don't know if we're going to reconcile?" Chapter 15:16. Facing the Red Inferno Kittagarbha Buddha, the Taoist did not hide anything. Back then, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits' humanly essenced stone fragment did not fall into the hands of the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Instead, it was kept by the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, and he did not return it to His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. In that case, does Percussion Heavenly Lord have any news about the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits? The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord asked. The Percussion Heavenly Lord, who looked like a Taoist, answered, "There hasn't been any news about him. However, it's not impossible that he has entered the Astro Mountains starry sea of the demon race." The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord's face was emotionless. If the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was still alive and had entered the Astro Mountain's starry seas, that humanly essenced stone shard would naturally belong to the demon race. The percussion heavenly lord answered that might not be the case. The situation was very chaotic during the Great Calamity. In that case, we still can't ignore the recent news. The red Inferno Yamantaka Buddha lowered his head and said, "If we find the trail of the heavenly lord of Tai and Nirvana, we might be able to find the grand saint of 9 spirits and the fragment of the humanly stone." I have the same thoughts. Fellow Taoists from the immortal court have already gone to search. Percussion, heavenly lord's expression turned slightly solemn. There's no need to explain the significance of the humanly essenced stone fragment. The white lotus evil devils will definitely covet it. Forget about them. The main problem is the Astro Mountain's starry sea. As a grand heavenly immortal court expert, his knowledge was not shallow. Although he did not doubt his own path, he acknowledged the difference in strength between them and the Orthodox Buddhism or the demon race's great sages. However, they had other ideas, and that was another matter altogether. Observe the movements of the Astro Mountain's starry sea. Let's see if we can lure the grand saint of 9 spirits out with this news. We can also determine if the humanly essenced stone fragment has fallen into their hands. Percussion heavenly lord muttered. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha lord smiled faintly. He knew that the percussion heavenly lord hoped that the Western Pure Lands would be in charge of the Astro Mountain's starry seas. This was how it had always been done. The red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha king wasn't against it, since he came to the immortal court this time. His purpose was to gather information, and he was prepared to participate in it. If there was a need, the ancient Dipankara Buddha in the Western Pure Lands would naturally send other Buddhas to help. However, the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he asked, "I wonder what that fellow Taoist Wang's plans are." Percussion heavenly lord fell silent for a moment before answering. Taoist Wang did not intend to make a move. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. "With so many of you going, I won't join in. I'm more interested in another matter." Before the person arrived, his voice arrived first. However, the voice was lazy, as if he was still asleep. A lazy and sleepy feeling instantly arose in the hall, and it caused everyone to have the urge to lie down and sleep soundly. Even the red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's pure spiritual platform was covered in a thin layer of mist, and he felt tired. He was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed land of Saha, a veteran expert who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism during the middle journey to the West era and witnessed the transcendence of Gautama Buddha. After that, because the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he left the mystical mountain and headed to the Western Pure Lands. To him, Buddhas or heavenly venerables from the heretical path could hardly make him feel fearful. As a Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, this was not arrogance, but an objective fact. But there were always exceptions. The immortal court had 3,000 immortal domains and tens of thousands of worlds. With such a huge population, there would naturally be many world-shocking geniuses, even monstrous geniuses of an era. For example, Yin Shuyang in the past. In reality, as a reward for supporting the immortal court, although the Western Pure Lands had not entered the world for many years, they had carefully selected the outstanding talents of the immortal court and nurtured them into Orthodox Buddhism. However, most of the good seedlings still entered the immortal court. After all, this was their foundation. Objectively speaking, these geniuses had walked on the wrong path due to their ignorance and lack of knowledge. Although they could improve to a very high realm, to a certain extent, it was a waste of their outstanding talents. If these people chose to enter Buddhism or Orthodox Taoism, they would have a huge fortune in their growth. There would always be a higher mountain, and there would always be someone more talented among the geniuses. With a few exceptions after they matured, even if they faced the orthodox Buddhism Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha of the same realm, their prowess would not diminish. Currently, the green-robed man who appeared in the hall was one such example. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord, Wangguan, was also known as the Dream Heavenly Lord. However, within the Immortal Court, some busybodies preferred to address him as the Sleeping Heavenly Lord or even the Lazy Heavenly Lord. Although he seemed unreliable, he was the only new Grand Heavenly Immortal in the Immortal Court in the past 20 years. Unfortunately, after Wangguan broke through the Origin Heavenly Tribulation and ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, the Great King of Inspiration perished because of Yen Zhaoga. As a result, there were only 8 Grand Heavenly Immortals in the Immortal Court. It was worth mentioning that he and Yin Shiyang were known as the Immortal Court's peerless duo. In terms of years of cultivation, he was considered young as a Grand Heavenly Immortal. Although his cultivation speed was exceptionally fast due to the heretic treasured light imbued with faith power, it was evident how high his talent was. If it wasn't for Suo Mingzhang's suppression, Wangguan would still shock the world despite being from the Immortal Court. Even so, his strength was ranked among the top among the Immortal Court Heavenly Lords after his ascension. He didn't lose his confidence, even when facing the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. Even with the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's mental state, his mind was in a mess for a moment. Wangguan yawned as he walked forward and greeted the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. The Percussion Heavenly Lord asked, "What do you mean by the other matter?" While the humanly essenced stone fragments are important and the White Lotus demons are our mortal enemies, we can't ignore the heretics. Wangguan squinted his eyes and said, "They've been taking advantage of the fact that we're busy fighting against the White Lotus demons to strengthen themselves, especially in the past few decades. Look at how much they've grown. They're already a huge threat. The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha and the Percussion Heavenly Lord didn't speak. Instead, they looked at Wangguan. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord said slowly, "I heard that they recently obtained the Immortal Extermination Formation and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. Even though it's an incomplete formation, it's already extremely impressive." "That's right." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha smiled. Although Wangguan didn't explain in detail, the one who suffered under the incomplete Immortal Extermination Formation was none other than the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands, like the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. "You're planning to occupy the other 3 swords used to lay down the formation?" the Percussion Heavenly Lord asked, "but the whereabouts of the 3 swords are still unknown. Do you have any clues?" Wangguan scratched his head and yawned. "Nope. However, the White Lotus demons seem to have some clues. I'll just keep an eye on them. If the heretics want to continue growing stronger, finding the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor and the 3 Immortal Extermination Swords is another way. Who knows, we might be able to meet them." Chapter 1517. After hearing Wangguan's words, the Percussion Heavenly Lord frowned. "Therefore, you guys go and deal with the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. I'll find something to do myself." Wangguan yawned and said lazily. The Percussion Heavenly Lord's expression turned solemn. "Your considerations are reasonable. If that's the case, I'll go with you." At their level, even if they had never experienced it personally, they would never underestimate the Immortal Extermination Formation. The title of the #1 killing formation in history was sufficient to explain everything. Throughout the ages, if all the grand heavenly realm experts in history were to be ranked, then the great sage equaling heaven's Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor and Mahamyuri would basically occupy the top 3 positions. Perhaps there might be some disputes between them, but the chances of other grand, heavenly realm experts reaching the top 3 positions were slim. This included the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Taoist Luya, the primordial heart devil, the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord Jin Yuanzi, the great emperor of purple tenuity, and many other renowned experts. However, there was one exception. It was the former head disciple of the prime clear lineage, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, with the immortal extermination 4 swords, proficient in the immortal extermination formation diagram, and capable of setting up the immortal extermination formation on behalf of his master, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. If he were to set up the immortal extermination formation, even the Jade Emperor and Mahamayuri would be doomed if they were to enter the formation. Even the great sage equaling heavens could only protect himself. The reason for the dispute was that the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength would be significantly weaker than the great sage equaling heavens, and the others if he were to leave the immortal extermination formation. During the ancient era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure wasn't even the strongest in the prime clear lineage. The strongest successor under the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure was the Golden Spirit Mother. However, it was worth mentioning that after the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended during the ancient era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure inherited his chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, which greatly improved his strength. After entering the Middle Era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, who had successfully cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, had steadily surpassed the Golden Spirit Divine Mother in strength. Not only did he become the number 1 of the prime clear lineage, but even if the immortal exterminating 4 swords were incomplete, he could still set up an incomplete immortal exterminating formation, all by himself. Such individual strength was enough to shake the great sage equaling heaven, the Jade Emperor, and Mahamayuri's Zenith Heaven Realm Granluo's position as the top 3. Unfortunately, this was all theoretical speculation. Very few people had actually seen the Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure in this state. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure had just finished off the Jade Clear's Master Red Essence and retrieved the immortal slaughtering sword when he perished at the hands of the Tao Realm Devil Lord, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. He was unable to leave behind any traces of himself in the Middle Era. Therefore, after entering the Middle Era, people could only guess how strong the Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure was. But without a doubt, the power of the immortal execution formation was undeniable. The heretics have already obtained the immortal slaughtering sword and even the complete immortal extermination formation diagram. If they were to find the other 3 swords, the outcome would truly be worrying. Percussion, Heavenly Lord's expression was solemn. Wang Guan couldn't open his eyes. He waved his hand lazily. It's just my speculation. Moreover, it's still uncertain if they would be able to find the swords. If they were that easy to find, they would have been found long ago. Why would they wait until today? He yawned. It's only because the immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal extermination formation diagram resurfaced that I thought of this matter. I'm just going to give it a try, because I feel that someone from the White Lotus demons would be affected by this as well. Percussion, Heavenly Lord remained silent with his brows furrowed. The other red Inferno Dhamma, Lord said quietly, there are already 4 Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. Although not all of them are of the prime clear lineage, it doesn't necessarily require the immortal extermination 4 swords to lay down the formation. There are conflicts between them as well. Moreover, it's only with the 4 ancient swords that they would be able to push the formation's power to its limits. Wang Guan chuckled. After obtaining the swords, we would be able to come up with countermeasures. The red Inferno Dhamma Lord and the Percussion Heavenly Lord nodded. The Percussion Heavenly Lord finally said, with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord around, we would still have the upper hand against the heretics. We just have to be wary of the White Lotus demons and the demon race. I'll have to trouble the Red Inferno Dama Lord to help keep an eye on the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. This poor Taoist will search for the prime clear swords together with Taoist Wang. As for the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, I'll leave it to other Taoists. Wang Guan didn't express his opinion. Up to you. I'm fine with it. That's settled then. The Red Inferno Dama Lord smiled and left. After the Buddha left on the green lotus, the percussion Heavenly Lord gazed at the direction where his figure disappeared and fell into deep thought. The Western Pure Lands might even be surprised by the heretic's golden body of the great sage. Wang Guan's lazy voice resounded from the side. Perhaps only a few Tao realm bigwigs are aware of it, but no one said anything. The percussion Heavenly Lord snorted. It's fine if it's others, but how could the victorious fighting Buddha be unrelated to this matter? Although the Western Pure Lands is currently on our side, who knows what they're planning in the dark? This humble Taoist has received news that they seem to be in contact with the heretics. After a slight pause, the percussion Heavenly Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Guan smiled. After all, there were some Buddhists who were originally heretics. They turned to Buddhism and attained Buddhist enlightenment. It's not impossible for them to have a connection with the heretics. You're right. They made use of the opportunity when we were fighting against the White Lotus demons. The strength of the heretics had grown too much during the past few years. The percussion Heavenly Lord said coldly, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position, and the White Lotus demons would have attacked us. Wang Guan smiled lazily and didn't reply. You said that there's someone on the White Lotus demon's side who has clues about the prime clear ancient sword. Could it be the percussion Heavenly Lord changed the topic? Yeah, the successor of the Sword Buddha, the Sword Son of the Six Paths, the new generation Sword Buddha. Wang Guan yawned. I've been going against him for so many years. Logically speaking, Yin Shuyang should be the one going against him. I don't even train in the sword. The percussion Heavenly Lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, let's not talk anymore. Let's depart. Wang Guan nodded nonchalantly. Then he turned around and flew out of the immortal court's heavenly palace. The percussion Heavenly Lord followed closely behind. The news of the incongruence divine mother searching for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord caused a huge commotion. It didn't only affect the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands. The blessed lands of the White Lotus was also experiencing a huge commotion. Within the blessed lands, within a Buddhist kingdom, a white lotus bloomed atop a treasure mountain. A man sat within the lotus. He wore a monk's robe, but his long hair was unbound and draped behind his back. He closed his eyes and sat in a lotus position. A sheathed long sword was placed horizontally on his knees. At this moment, another white lotus descended from the sky and landed in the Pure Land of Buddhism. The long-haired man opened his eyes and looked at the other party. He saw a Buddha sitting atop the white lotus. What did the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits say? Chapter 15:18. Few people knew that the mount of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana in the past, the Grand Demon Saint of Nine Spirits, was still alive in this world. In the past, he was the famous great sage of the demon clan, who could move unhindered throughout the universe. However, he liked to be quiet and didn't want to show off. After he was subdued by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, there was even less news about him. After the great calamity, he had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain's starry seas, making it even harder for the outside world to determine if he was dead or alive. It was just that this matter involved the Tai Nirvana Lord and the humanly essence stone fragment, so the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had no choice but to speak out. The fact that such a great demon was still alive and in the Astral Mountains starry sea naturally made many people anxious. After all, this old man was one of the top figures among the great sages of the demon race. Apart from his speed, he might even be stronger than the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles in other aspects. Compared to the other powers, the relationship between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race was undoubtedly closer. The Buddha-level bigwigs of the blessed lands of the White Lotus vaguely knew that the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had secluded himself within the Astro Mountains' starry sea. As such, regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately sent someone to ask the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Looking at the long-haired young man dressed in monk robes, the Buddha, who had come from afar, on the White Lotus had no expression on his face. He put his palms together and said, according to what the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had said, he was not in the eastern extremity wondrous strict palace before the great calamity. When he returned, the eastern extremity viridescent splendor world of perpetual joy had already been destroyed, and the whereabouts of the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor were unknown. He was unable to ascertain whether the news of the incongruence divine mother looking for the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor was credible. The azure flower realm of eternal joy, the eastern extreme wonderful strict palace, was the place where the legendary azure flower great emperor of the eastern extreme, also known as the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord of Enlightenment, resided. It's a pity that the humanly essence stone fragment that was originally in his hands is also missing. The long-haired man sighed. Before the great calamity, when the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor temporarily collected the humanly essence stone fragment from the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, did he sense something, or was it because of him? The Buddha on the White Lotus said calmly, no matter what, this fragment of the humanly essence stone is very important to our Pure Land. At the same time, it will attract the greed of the Immortal Court. We can't ignore it. You guys can handle it. The Immortal Court's evil devils have suffered great losses. They won't be able to cause much trouble in a short period of time. The long-haired man said, we need to be even more wary of the two heretics. Although Mahamayuri may not strike again, we still have to be on guard. The Buddha on the White Lotus asked, my friend Chu, what do you intend to do next? The new sword Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus had always been cultivating with his hair on. Since he had never formally received the precepts, he did not receive the Buddhist title. Chu Su, who was known as the sword son of the Six Paths, said, according to his age, my master had already transformed into the human realm a few years ago. There's a possibility of contacting him. Previously, when we were attacking the Immortal Court's evil devils, there were endless battles. Now that the war has temporarily stopped, I want to try and find my master. Hopefully, I can get some news about him. Hearing his words, the Buddha opposite him chanted, it would be best if the sword Buddha could return to my Pure Land. Chu Su said calmly, my master is searching for the prime clear four swords of the external path. There is very little news about him. It's possible that he's met with misfortune. However, regardless of whether he's dead or alive, I can't rest easy until the truth comes to light. One of the four swords used to lay down the immortal extermination formation has already reappeared. After a moment of silence, the Buddha on the White Lotus said, other than that, there's also the immortal extermination formation. The heretics have been in decline for many years. Now, they're showing signs of reviving. Although they've continuously messed up the Immortal Court's evil devils, it's not a good thing for us to keep them under control. The Buddha looked at Chu Su of the immortal extermination four swords. It would be best if we could obtain one of them first. Your master, the sword Buddha, must have considered this as well. That would depend on fate. After saying that, Chu Su stood up from his White Lotus and held his sword in his hand, I'll have to trouble you with the other matters." Then he said to Fong, "Yen, Dao is Chu, you must be careful as well. Don't lose your composure. Only by staying in contact will you be safe." Because it involved the other party's senior, his words were rather vague. In actuality, he was warning Chu Su to be careful and not lose contact like his master, the previous Sword Buddha, with his fate unknown. Chu Su smiled. "If you really find the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord or the Humanly Essence Stone Fragment, a battle against the Immortal Court's evil devils would be inevitable. By then, the flames of war that had just calmed down might be ignited once again. I'll naturally return to participate in the war and contribute my meager strength." This was purely a humble statement. His contribution was not as simple as a meager strength. As one of the few heretic bigwigs that could contend against orthodox Taoism and Buddhism, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su was extremely important to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for other heretic experts to contend against him. He ascended to the grand heavenly realm earlier than the great dream Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan. Hence, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was able to suppress the Immortal Court. After that, Chu Su was injured, allowing the Immortal Court to catch their breaths. Unfortunately, before they could even catch their breaths, Su Mingzhang had suddenly ascended to the grand heavenly realm, giving them a heavy blow. As a result, the blessed lands of the White Lotus took advantage of the situation and restarted the war, causing the Immortal Court to lose their lands. In recent years, the great dream Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan, ascended to the grand heavenly realm and once again defended against Chu Su, who had recovered from his injuries. In the end, Yen Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, giving them another heavy blow. It was all thanks to Mahamayuri's unexpected appearance that the Immortal Court was able to stabilize their situation. Currently, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the same number of top-notch experts, and they were restraining each other. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the advantage in terms of numbers. Hence, the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had the upper hand. However, without Chu Su, who was one of the strongest experts in the entire blessed lands of the White Lotus, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't have much of an advantage anymore. The Buddha on the White Lotus clasped his palms together and chanted, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, may you succeed and welcome the Sword Buddha back." Then he sat on the White Lotus and took his leave, leaving Chu Su's blessed lands of Buddhism. After Chu Su watched him leave, he held onto his long sword and stood on the White Lotus's lotus platform. The White Lotus carried him out, leaving the blessed lands of the White Lotus and entering the void's boundless outskirts. At the same time, within the awakened sky cosmos, Yen Zhaoge and the others were already prepared. Perhaps a smokescreen might be effective. However, it can only fool a portion of people, said Long Xingchuan slowly. "It's already a huge help if it can be of some use," answered Yen Zhaoge with a smile. Long Xingchuan nodded. "Be careful." Gao Qingxian said, "Don't worry." Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, and Yen Di nodded as well. Then, the group bid farewell and departed from the awakened sky cosmos. Remember the mobile version's website, Chapter 1519. Since this matter involved Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian, Yen Di had accompanied Yen Zhaoge this time, heading into the boundless space of extra-dimensional space to search for them. Currently, him and Yen Zhaoge leaving Broad Creed Mountain at the same time was already of no importance. Right now, Xue Fei, who was staying on the mountain, could naturally take care of the mountain gate. Not only was he strong, he could also handle the daily affairs. Yuan Zhangfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the other longtime elders could all cultivate in peace, leaving all matters to Xue Fei to handle. No one in the sky beyond skies would dare to provoke the Broad Creed Mountain. The sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos were still considered safe. However, if it wasn't a special situation like the time when they fought against the demons of the 9 underworlds, the heaven beyond heaven still had to be guarded by peak experts as much as possible in order to prevent unexpected situations from occurring. This was especially so for Fu Ting, He Shixing, and Meng Wan. Therefore, as long as the situation allowed for the sake of safety, there would naturally be experts to hold down the fort. The fusion of the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage to form the true body of the Great Sage was extremely taxing on one's body. After executing it once, it would take a very long time before the fusion could be completed. For now, there was no need to force the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage to move together. Although Su Fei's manifested golden body of the Great Sage was stronger, in order to facilitate the search for Yen Xintang and his wife, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di had both left the mountain. Naturally, Su Fei was the most suitable person to stay behind. On the other hand, in order to conceal the incongruence Divine Mother and the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's presence, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had specially gone there. With the appearance of a golden body of the Great Sage, the credibility of the matter would be greatly boosted, attracting the attention of more experts from other powers. The North Ocean clone's golden body of the Great Sage was powerful enough to overwhelm a heretic Grand Luo, and even stand against an Orthodox Buddhism Buddha or a demon race Great Sage. From a certain perspective, Yen Zhaoge and the others had undoubtedly benefited greatly by using the golden body of the Great Sage to attract the top-notch experts of the Western Pure Lands, the Demon Race, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, and the Immortal Court. Of course, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he lost himself. Su Fei stayed behind, and the Northern Ocean clone held them back. Pan Pan naturally traveled alongside Yen Zhaoge. Apart from that, there was also Feng Yunsheng, who had regained her peak condition. Gao Qingxian naturally brought along the immortal slaughtering sword as well. This time, the awakened sky cosmos was able to mobilize their elites as they wished, after the Northern Ocean clone had caused a disturbance, further solidifying the rumors and drawing the attention of their opponents. Yen Zhaoge's group had then silently embarked on their journey. Following the guidance given by the immortal slaying sword, everyone shuttled through the cosmic sea of stars and quietly went far away. This trip took quite a long time. Even with the current cultivation bases of Yen Zhaoge and the others, they too felt that the road ahead was long and hard to predict. Until one day, Yen Zhaoge's speed suddenly slowed. Seeing this, the others gradually halted as well, not rushing him as they just looked at Yen Zhaoge patiently. Logically speaking, it should be nearby. Yen Zhaoge looked at the talisman in his hand, deep in thought. After a while, he turned around and said to Gao Qingxian, "Senior Gao, please lend me the immortal slaughtering sword." Gao Qingxian nodded, without saying a word. She clasped her palms together, then opened them again. A quaint sword emitting black qi appeared. It was one of the immortal extermination 4 swords, the immortal slaughtering sword. "Command!" Yen Zhaoge stepped forward and pasted the talisman in his hand onto the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. Then, Gao Qingxian held onto the sword and pointed it forward. Streaks of black qi densely packed together, resembling a spider web. They started spreading out by the void and quickly filled up the entire universe. Yen Zhaoge scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked towards one side. Everyone else noticed the abnormality as well, and they all looked over. At the place where the silk-like, pitch-black sword qi densely covered, a faint red radiance flickered. Under the stimulation of the immortal slaughtering sword qi, the dark red sword light emitted a hostile yet intimate, familiar yet foreign aura. When Yen Zhaoge and the others saw this scene, they were all delighted. "Immortal trapping sword," Gao Qingxian muttered to herself, It's actually here. We followed the Qinglian couple's clues and the immortal slaughtering sword to this place. In other words, they succeeded in locating the immortal trapping sword. Yan Zhaoge inhaled lightly. That's right. I'm afraid they really succeeded. The immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal trapping sword were both supreme treasures passed down by the prime clear heavenly lord of numinous treasure grandmaster in the past, although they were closely related to each other, due to the ferocious and evil sword intent contained within both of them. It was normal for them to have such a hostile yet intimate reaction. This immortal trapping sword seems to be ownerless. After observing for a while, Feng Yunxing said hesitantly, as such, the immortal slaughtering sword could easily trigger it, resulting in a reaction. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian frowned and remained silent. Let's go take a look. Yan Di looked towards the dark red sword light and said after a while. Everyone remained silent. Gao Qingxian kept the immortal slaughtering sword, and everyone approached the dark red radiance. The closer they got, the more extraordinary they felt. After reaching a certain distance, the dark red radiance seemed to be fleeing into the distance. Its retreating speed seemed to be the same as Yan Zhaoge and the others' advancing speed. In other words, the distance between the two sides remained constant, preventing Yan Zhaoge and the others from approaching. Wait here for a while. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's expressions remained unchanged. The same dark red sword light radiated from their bodies, and they continued advancing. As such, the two gradually approached the dark red sword light. The red radiance gave off an extremely bizarre feeling. It was as if its vastness far surpassed the stars, yet at the same time, it was as insignificant as a grain of sand. The changes in space were miraculous and unpredictable. It seemed to be filled with contradictions, making it inconceivable. Without saying a word, Gao Qingxian took out the immortal slaughtering sword again and stabbed it into the dark red sword light. She didn't purposely activate the immortal slaughtering sword's strength. However, due to its influence, the dark red sword light became much more obedient. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the red radiance had become eternally huge, flourishing like the heavens. Although it wasn't as huge as the sky beyond skies and roving jade heavens, it was still much larger than the eight extremities world, vast ocean world, and other lower realms. This seems like an independent world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and looked around. On the other side, Yan Di and Feng Yunxing weren't affected. They approached Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian and stood in front of the colossal dark red radiant sphere. As everyone stared at it, they saw streaks of patterns surfacing on the boundary barrier of the world formed by the immortal trapping sword's sword light. Chapter 15:20. Yan Zhaoge's fingertip emitted a dark red radiance as well. Then, he imitated the Tao patterns on the world's boundaries. After a while, he retracted his finger. It seems more like some sort of seal that exists by relying on the immortal trapping sword light. The seal has fused with this world's boundaries. If it were to be destroyed by brute force, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's not impossible to forcefully retrieve the sword. However, the situation isn't clear, especially with the exalted gold luminary and Gao Qingxian. Is there any hope? Feng Yunxing asked. Why don't we go in and take a look? Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Di and Gao Qingxian. Both of them had no objections. While the situation before them was a little peculiar, none of them were afraid. Yan Xintang and Gao Qingxian were still in the profound immortal realm, which was limited by their cultivation. Even if they were to face a genuine grand heavenly immortal, they would be able to protect themselves. Those who were skilled were bold, so they naturally had more choices. Moreover, the immortal trapping sword didn't seem to have an owner. If that's the case, let's go in and take a look. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other. Without a word, a black fog gradually emanated from Feng Yunsheng's body, which enveloped her figure. Then she blended into the pitch-black void and disappeared. On Gao Qingxuan's fingertip, dark red sword lights surged, which pierced towards the dark red world. While they came from different origins, the immortal trapping sword's sword intent stabilized the world in front of them, causing it to temporarily remain unchanged. Yan Zhaoge immediately took the opportunity to step forward, and his figure blended into the dark red radiance. As soon as he entered the red radiance, the space in front of him changed. However, due to Gao Qingxuan's help, Yan Zhaoge's space wasn't messed up. Although it was only for a short period of time, Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian, who had a deep understanding of the immortal trapping sword manual, quickly found the method to penetrate the seal. If one didn't have the method, they would either be strong enough to break through the seal with brute force, or they would be teleported to another universe the moment they came in contact with the red radiance. The clump of immortal trapping swords, sword lights, maintained the stability of a world. Outwards, it was like an unpredictable original nebula. With the method to break through the seal, Yan Zhaoge could traverse within, transforming the unstable space into a tangible bridge that allowed him to traverse within. With Yan Di by his side, they would not be separated and sent to different space-times. After walking for a while, the two of them frowned at the same time. In front of him, in the thin red light, there were actually sword lights intertwining, turning into runes, and the surrounding space seemed to be dark red. This sword light caused Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's eyes to burn with desire, because the sword intent contained within was infinitely close to Yan Di's creation saber. In fact, it felt even closer than Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation. It's just lacking the nourishment of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, lacking the final flawlessness. Yan Di, who had the most authority to speak, said slowly, normally speaking, with the two of them joining forces, they would not be able to achieve this. After saying this, he stopped talking and walked forward. Yan Zhaoge was similarly silent. In the end, the two bodies were not one. No matter how compatible they were, it was impossible for them to compare to a single body when it came to wielding the sword as they wished. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the two of them to achieve such a feat. Even Gao Qingxuan's clone and main body had the same thoughts. In that case, the scene in front of them could only be created under abnormal circumstances. Yan Di's expression remained calm. He walked forward and slashed with his saber. The saber light and the sword light intersected. However, they did not clash intensely. Instead, they gradually fused into one. Then, the runes formed by the sword light dissipated, and the space that the father and son were in changed once more. The dark red radiance retreated, and the sun reappeared in front of them. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure and focused his gaze. He saw a vast wilderness, and the mountain range on the faraway horizon could be vaguely seen. The spirit chi pulsation is a little sparse, and it's already showing signs of drying up. However, it hasn't deteriorated yet. Yan Zhaoge took in a deep breath. Maybe it's because the immortal trapping sword sealed this place. Other than that, he could vaguely feel that the flow of the spirit chi here was very similar to the great 1,000 worlds before the great calamity. This meant that this world should be similar to the Taoist temple. It barely survived the great calamity's destruction to the creation world, and was preserved until after the great calamity. Moreover, it was much stronger than the Taoist temple. So many years had passed since the great calamity. Logically speaking, this place should have already decayed. The immortal trapping sword seal was also the reason why the spirit chi had yet to dissipate until now. Because it was sealed, the flow of spirit chi was very slow. However, at the same time, it also lost contact with the outside world. It was hard to determine the pros and cons of this. Instead, is there anyone living here? Yen Zhaoga narrowed his eyes and looked around. Yen Di did not speak. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed for a sword intent that was similar to the creation saber. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with a serious expression, "No." Yen Zhaoga silently sighed. Then he said, "Let's look for it. If we find the immortal trapping sword's main body, we might be able to find the whereabouts of my grandparents. Or we can find the people living here and figure out the situation." Yen Zhaoga had already found a few gathering points after inspecting the spirit chi flow here. With his current cultivation, he could already tell that there were people living at the places where the spirit chi gathered. Moreover, there were traces of them modifying the spirit chi flow's environment. The father and son flew all the way and quickly approached a place. Looking from afar, among the mountains, there was a mountain that was clearly taller than the others. It stood tall as if a sword was pointing towards the heavens. A piercingly cold sword intent permeated with a majestic aura. Yen Zhaoga only needed a moment to understand. The Jade Clear lineage's Sword Dao legacy, not just anyone else, but the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di didn't conceal their aura. Instead, they approached it openly. Even from afar, the other party noticed them. Immediately, rays of sword lights lit up and approached Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. After the sword lights approached them, they didn't blindly attack. Instead, they stood in front of Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. The one in the lead was an old man in Taoist robes. His sword chi was filled with might, righteous chi, transforming chi, clear chi, and bright chi for chi's fused aura. He was in the tranquil, profound, immortal peak realm. The old man looked around and bowed. "I am Taoist Qin Zhang. May I know how I should address you two?" Yen Di calmly replied, "Greetings, Taoist Qin Zhang. I'm Yen Di, and this is my son, Yen Zhaoga." Upon hearing Yen Di's name, the expressions of the people behind Taoist Qin Zhang changed slightly. "Yen Di." Taoist Qin Zhang muttered the name and looked at Yen Di. Then he asked, "Did you come from outside our Jade Spring world?" Chapter 15:21. Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Cloud Cave. The legendary Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's cave manor. This place was named Jade Spring. It might not be the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's doing, but his successor. Yen Zhaoga quietly stood beside Yen Di and looked at the three people in front of him with interest. One profound immortal and two true immortals. If this was a sect, it would be considered as a prominent existence in the orthodox Taoism after the Great Calamity. While the sky beyond skies was wealthy, it was only because of these years of opportunities and hard work. The world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens had accumulated for many years, but they only managed to accumulate one or two clans back then. However, if the Jade Spring world managed to survive the Great Calamity, many things would have a foundation, and they wouldn't have to start from scratch. It was normal for them to have some foundation. What piqued Yen Zhaoga's interest was the other party's abnormal behavior when Yen Di introduced himself. "Indeed, the two of us came from the outside," said Yen Di frankly. Someone behind Taoist Qin Zhang couldn't help but ask, "How did you enter?" Without waiting for Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di's reply, Taoist Qin Zhang glanced at the person beside him. "Don't forget how to treat your guests." "I was too rash." The middle-aged Taoist straightened his expression and cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. "I'm Zhao Zhan. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Zhao Zhan is my disciple." Taoist Qin Zhang introduced the other person beside him. "This is High Ripple Mountain's Purple Longevity Valley's Yao Yunqing." "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I, Yao Yunqing, greet you." This person had the appearance of a youth, and he was currently observing Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, Yen Zhaoga, and Yen Di knew that the three people in front of them were from two different sections. However, considering the relationship between this place and the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the three's lineage might be from the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. Fellow Taoists, you seem to have something to say after I introduced myself? After greeting them, Yen Di did not comment on Taoist Zhao Zhen's question about how he and his father entered the Jade Spring world. Instead, he asked, "This Yen has never met the three of you before, and this should be the first time we meet. Why do you seem to have heard of this Yan's name?" Taoist Qing Zhang took a deep look at Yen Di and said, "Naturally, this is the first time I've met you, father and son. However, Taoist Yen, your name reminded me of two old friends. My disciple and Taoist Yao have also heard of them. Hence, I hope that you won't blame us for our rudeness." Father's name? Yen Zhaoga's face was expressionless as he thought to himself. As expected, Yen Di's name was a combination of the surnames of his father, Yen Xintang, and his mother, Di Qinglian. If Yen Xintang and his wife were really in the Jade Spring world, and they had interacted with Taoist Qing Zhang and the others before, it would be normal for them to make such a connection. Others aside, Yen Di and Yen Zhaoga were outsiders, just like Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian. They weren't residents of the Jade Spring world. With such similarities, it would be hard not to connect them. Only, due to Yen Di being nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud for over 2,000 years, he was close to nature and lived according to his nature. As a result, his bloodline inheritance gradually faded away. As such, his physical characteristics were quite different from Yen Xintang and his wife. This made Taoist Qing Zhang and the others a little uncertain. Only, it was too much of a coincidence, and the three couldn't help but feel suspicious. "My name doesn't have any background." Yen Di went straight to the point and said, "My mother's surname is Di, which is my name. I didn't hide it from my elders, so I've embarrassed myself." The three looked at each other. In the end, Taoist Qing Zhang spoke. "May I know your parents' names?" Yen Di said, "My father, Yen Xintang, is a jade-clear bigwig, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. My mother, Di Qinglian, is a prime clear lineage." Taoist Qing Zhang let out a light sigh. Yao Yunqing and Taoist Zhao Zhen's expressions turned weird. "This time, I'm here to look for my parents. Although I've lost contact with them for many years, as a son, as long as there's a sliver of hope, I'll try my best." Yen Di's gaze swept past the three faces. "If you know anything, please tell me. I'll be eternally grateful." "Taoist Yen, you're being too polite." Taoist Qing Zhang's expression returned to normal, and he said, "If there's no misunderstanding, the two old friends that I mentioned earlier should be the ones you're looking for, Taoist Yen." He nodded. "Taoist Yen Xintang and Taoist Di are indeed in our Jade Spring world." Upon hearing this, Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di became spirited. "Oh, are they still here?" "Of course." A bitter smile appeared on Taoist Qing Zhang's face. "They can't leave even if they wanted to." Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di frowned. Taoist Qing Zhang shook his head and pointed at the sky. "It's this old Taoist's fault. What I meant was that no one can leave this place." He looked at Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. "After 2,000 years, you're the first batch of newcomers." Taoist Zhao Zhen added, "For 2,000 years, no one could leave the Jade Spring world, and no one could enter. You two are the only exceptions. It's a coincidence that we could enter." Yen Zhaoga said, "The method we use to enter can't be used to leave." He was speaking the truth. Unless they faced the seal head-on and violently destroyed the Jade Spring world, if they wanted to leave peacefully, they would have to locate the immortal trapping sword's main body and resolve the seal from within. After hearing his words, the three's expressions changed slightly. Daoist Qingzhong was still fine, but Daoist Zhao Zhan and Yao Yunqing's expressions turned gloomy. Evidently, they were disappointed. Although they were experts that had pushed open the immortal door, they had always been confined within the Jade Spring world. Without a doubt, they yearned to leave. Yan Zhaoge and Yandi's arrival was their hope. Now, they were disappointed again. However, what caught Yan Zhaoge's attention was the faintly discernible killing intent and viciousness emanating from the other party's sword chi. Daoist Qingzhong sighed. It's too difficult to leave. We've worked hard for half our lives. Now that we're old, we can only sit here and worry. Yan Zhaoge frowned as well. I didn't expect such a problem to occur before entering. May I know where my parents are now? Asked Yandi. Daoist Qingzhong said, if you head west from here, you'll reach the Golden Cloud Mountain. Your parents reside there. He turned around and said to Daoist Zhao Zhan, Zhao Zhan, lead the way for these two Daoists to the Golden Cloud Mountain. Yes, master. Daoist Zhao Zhan had already calmed his emotions and calmed his expression. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Yandi, fellow Daoists, please follow me. Yan Zhaoge and Yandi looked at each other and nodded. Then they followed Daoist Zhao Zhan and headed west. Daoist Qingzhong and Yao Yunqing remained silent as they watched them leave. Chapter 1522. Daoist Zhao Zhan, why was the Jade Spring world sealed? On the way, Yan Zhaoge asked as he observed the surrounding situation. Daoist Zhao Zhan answered, when the two of you entered, I believe that the power that sealed this heaven and earth originated from one of the 4 ancient swords that laid out the immortal extermination formation in the past, the immortal trapping sword that had always been wielded by our Sex Jade Cauldron founding master. He sighed. I'm ashamed to say this. Although this sword was left in the Jade Spring world, we couldn't wield it. Instead, it became the cage of this world, imprisoning us here. Where is the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity now? Yan Zhaoge asked. Why was this place sealed by the immortal trapping sword? Daoist Zhao Zhan's expression was somewhat gloomy. Ancestral Master Jade Cauldron has passed away. Oh. Yan Zhaoge and Yandi both gazed at him. Daoist Zhao Zhan nodded and answered, after the great calamity, the Jade Cauldron Grand Master came to the Jade Spring world. At that time, he was already heavily injured and passed away in meditation 7 days later. His remains were left on the Golden Cloud Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said, we father and son cultivate in martial arts. While we are not of the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's direct lineage like grandfather, we are still of the direct lineage of the 3 clear lineage. We still have to pay our respects to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb. Of course. Daoist Zhao Zhan nodded and continued heading west with Yan Zhaoge and Yandi. With their cultivation and strength, it didn't take long before a mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain peak shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was shrouded in a layer of mist. However, the spiritual qi here was not as abundant as it was at Daoist Qingzhang's place. As a whole, this place seemed to be mediocre, and it was even to the extent that, strictly speaking, the spiritual energy here was scarce to the extent that it was showing signs of withering and dilapidation. Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Aurora Cave. That's the name of perfected Yuding's cave abode, Yan Zhaoge thought. In this Jade Spring world, the spiritual mountain named after the golden clouds has such a lack of spirit qi. Moreover, according to Yan Zhaoge's analysis of this world's spiritual qi circulation, the Golden Cloud Mountains area should be the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Jade Spring world. This abnormal behavior was probably caused by the immortal trapping sword while it had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear lineage. It was still a supreme treasure of the prime Clear lineage after all. It represented the existence of the most vicious sword intent between the heavens and the earth, and was filled with destructive power. The combination of the two directly affected the spiritual chi network of the Jade Spring world, destroying the geographical layout of the Golden Cloud Mountain. Although the immortal trapping sword's presence couldn't be sensed in the Golden Cloud Mountain, it was mostly due to the Jade Spring world's spiritual energy concealing it. The ancient sword's own power was maintaining the seal. I wonder where my parents are. Yendi asked. Taoist Zhao Zhen pointed at the Golden Cloud Mountain. It's in the mountain. Please follow me. After saying that, he led the way and landed on the mountain. His target was not the peak of the Elephant Mountain, but a valley in the mountain range. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed behind him, descending into the valley together. In the valley, there was a Taoist temple. It looked a little shabby, but it was very tidy. Senior Yen and Senior Di seemed to have gone out. Priest Zhaozhen walked around the Taoist temple, but did not see anybody. He said, "Would the two of you like to sit here for a moment? I'll go look for them." Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di looked at each other. "I'll go help as well." Taoist Zhaozhen, you wouldn't mind, right? Taoist Zhaozhen answered, "Of course not." Yen Di nodded slightly. "You should go with Taoist Zhaozhen. I'll sit here for a while." He looked around the Taoist temple, as if he was observing the traces of his parents' lives. "Let's go." Yen Zhaoge and Taoist Zhaozhen exited the Taoist temple and walked among the mountains. I wonder where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb is. Could the two elders have gone there? Taoist Zhaozhen nodded. That's possible. Let's go there and take a look. Please follow me. The two of them walked towards the mountainside, one in front of the other. A cave appeared among the mountains. Taoist Zhaozhen said, "We're here. However, no one seems to be here." "Is this the place where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master passed away?" asked Yen Zhaoge. "That's right. However, the Grand Master's remains aren't here." As Taoist Zhaozhen spoke, he walked into the cave. "The Grand Master's remains have already become a part of the seal." Before he finished speaking, the situation changed. In the sky above the Golden Cloud Mountain, rays of red radiances suddenly descended. Pillars of light suddenly rose from the mountain's surroundings, forming a huge formation. They combined with the red radiances descending from the sky, forming a gigantic cage. A bizarre, yet wonderful aura permeated the surroundings. Not only did it contain the immortal trapping sword's ruthless sword intent aura, but it also contained other mystical powers. The gigantic cage suppressed the entire Golden Cloud Mountain, affecting everyone within the mountain as well. Yen Zhaoge felt as if a formless burden was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to unleash his strength. He forcefully gathered a portion of the seal's power and used it on a single point. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows and looked towards Taoist Zhaozhen. He noticed that he was within the cave, which was isolated from the red radiances and wasn't suppressed. Your ancestor and his wife are the same as the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's remains. They're also a part of this seal. Taoist Zhaozhen turned around and looked at Yen Zhaoge expressionlessly. He pointed upwards. They're indeed here. It's just that you won't be able to see them again. Yen Zhaoge didn't answer. Instead, he endured the pressure brought by the red radiances and walked towards the cave. Golden radiances seeped out from within the cave. While isolating the red radiances, it also prevented Yen Zhaoge from approaching. At that moment, Taoist Qingzhong and Yao Yunqing walked out from the depths of the cave. Don't blame us. In the past, it was Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's fault. They used the immortal trapping sword to seal our Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, depriving us of our freedom. Taoist Qingzhong said calmly, "We're already unable to endure it any longer. We've already planned to fight to our deaths and hope to survive. Only the seal is too strong. Despite planning for many years, we still don't have any confidence in breaking it. Only you and your father's arrival gave us hope. In the past, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian sacrificed their blood to the immortal trapping sword to lay down the seal. Today, they sacrificed their bloodline to break the seal. As expected, retribution comes. Despite being enveloped by the red radiances, Yan Zhaoge didn't panic. Instead, he looked at Taoist Qin Zhang with an amused expression. Do you have to go this far? Why don't you ask us if we have a way to break the seal and escape? You won't even give us a chance to try? He looked at the three. Is it because of the enmity of being sealed? Or is it because of the immortal trapping sword? Yao Yunqing's expression was filled with rage. Taoist Zhao Zhen's expression was complicated. Taoist Qin Zhang looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. His expression was filled with fatigue and desolation. He shook his head. There are some things that you won't understand. As he spoke, the red radiances enveloping the golden cloud mountain became more and more blazing, becoming more and more ferocious. Yan Zhaoge could feel his essence, qi, and spirit becoming unstable. From his body to his soul, from the outside to the inside, from the illusory to the real, he felt a burning pain. Chapter 1523. It was not just his own problem. Yan Zhaoge could feel a shocking saber qi erupting from the valley down below. It was naturally Yan Di who had made a move to resist. His aura made Taoist Qin Zhang and the other two look solemn, and they were no longer as optimistic. Although they could tell that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were already in the tranquil, profound, immortal realm, Yan Di's strength still exceeded their expectations. Is this the strength a profound immortal possesses? However, although the three of them were shocked, they did not panic. Taoist Qin Zhang's expression was calm as he held a short sword in his hand. The dagger's entire body was made of white jade, and it had a lustrous luster. However, its surface was covered in cracks, and it seemed worn out, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, the sword intent within was vast and profound, and still as profound as before. Under Taoist Qin Zhang's control, the white jade dagger flickered with sword light, as though it was communicating with an existence in the sky. Yan Zhaoge recalled Taoist Zhao Zhen mentioning that the jade cauldron cultivated deities' remains were also a part of the seal. He guessed that this white jade sword might be one of the jade cauldron cultivated deities' remains. That was why Taoist Qin Zhang and the others were able to lay down such a heavy trap, changing the power of the seal to a limited extent and attempting to break the seal. However, if that was all, their chances weren't high. Given the ruthlessness of the immortal trapping sword, the consequences of failure could be extremely disastrous. Death was also a common occurrence. However, if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were really sacrificed, while it was still uncertain whether they would succeed, it would indeed increase the chances of success by a lot. Even if they failed, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge would most likely bear the consequences. Taoist Qin Zhang and the others would still have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Under Taoist Qin Zhang's control, the sanguine light that enveloped the golden glow mountain became more and more intense. Yan Zhaoge also felt the pressure on him growing more and more obvious. This result made his heart sink slightly. It wasn't that he was worried about Zhang Xian. Rather, it meant that Zhang Xian's words were probably true. The seal here had truly been set up by at least one of Yan Xintang or Di Qinglian through a blood sacrifice to the immortal trapping sword. Otherwise, the same blood sacrificial method would not have such an obvious effect on Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. This meant that there really was a direct bloodline connection. All right, I really don't understand what you're thinking right now. Feeling the pain in his body, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. Just like some things you people might not be able to understand, right? Amidst their conversation, Yan Di's attacks grew stronger and stronger as he seemed completely unaffected. above the valley, an auspicious cloud suddenly floated up like a blooming lotus. It was hazy and chaotic, supported by the grand simplicity splendor cloud. The effects of the blood sacrifice instantly decreased greatly. "What is it?" Taoist Qing Zhang's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and pointed his white jade sword at Yan Zhaoge. The red light condensed, instantly becoming even more concentrated as it began shining towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, streams of dark red light suddenly appearing on his body. The primal chaos hidden in his body and the restless spirit, qi, and soul immediately calmed down. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge extended his finger and drew an outline in the void. The dark red sword lights danced, and actually transformed into numerous sword formations. As these sword formations spun, they continuously disintegrated the formation that enveloped the golden cloud mountain. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression finally changed when he saw that. Yan Zhaoge didn't display any shocking strength. Instead, he managed to defuse the blood sacrifice seal's formation with ingenuity. Taoist Qing Zhang, who knew his stuff, was especially shocked by how easily he handled it. In comparison, Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the immortal trapping sword manual was not so shocking to them. "Let's go." Taoist Qing Zhang decisively turned around and headed towards the depths of the cave. From there, they would have a path to escape. However, Yan Zhaoge made his move at this moment. After dispelling the red light's suppression, his figure shook. As streams of qi intertwined, he seemed to have transformed into a heaven-splitting halberd. The boundless darkness was broken apart, and brilliant radiances blossomed. Yan Zhaoge forcefully rushed into the cave. As dark red sword lights flickered, Yan Zhaoge's speed was extremely fast, and he chased after Taoist Qing Zhang and the others. Dark red sword lights also surfaced on Taoist Qing Zhang's body. It was the clear jade cauldron cultivated deity's lineage's immortal trapping sword manual, which had been lost in the outside world. He brought along Taoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing and fled. His speed didn't seem inferior to the prime clear profound immortal, who was also proficient in the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, while he was fast, Yan Zhaoge was even faster. After a few flashes of red lights, the distance between them couldn't be suppressed. Just when Yan Zhaoge rushed out of the cave through another spatial crack, he had already caught up to Taoist Qing Zhang. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Taoist Qing Zhang's expression was calm, and he wasn't anxious or impatient. Suddenly, he turned around and attacked Yan Zhaoge with his sword. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, all things would come to life. 9 heavens, astral winds, underground lava, deep sea profound ice, divine sky green thunder. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. All creation was condensed into an indestructible sword's edge, which instantly slashed through the void. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was about to rush out of the spatial crack, and he was stuck between 2 layers of space. Taoist Qing Zhang's timing was perfect. This sword of his displayed the quintessence of the jade clear sword lineage that the jade cauldron cultivated deity had imparted to him. Within this sword, he combined the jade clear true sword's 9 styles, everything unrose and everything unencompasses, into one. He already knew that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal trapping sword manual. As such, he even fused his own understanding of the jade clear immortal trapping sword into this sword, hoping to resolve the variables that Yan Zhaoge might be able to evade. Great sword art. Yan Zhaoge cheered. However, he didn't evade. Instead, dark red sword lights radiated from his entire body, forcefully stopping the transformations occurring between the 2 layers of space. Then, he punched forward. The Tai Fist's fist intent enveloped the entire area, stopping Taoist Qing Zhang's sword's transformations and accurately locating Taoist Qing Zhang's sword edge. Then, when he got close, he flicked his finger, and it landed on Taoist Qin Zhang's sword edge. Taoist Qin Zhang's entire body trembled, and he couldn't hold onto the sword in his hand anymore. This old Taoist was also decisive. He tossed his sword towards Yan Zhaoge, and at the same time, he attempted to retreat. However, Yan Zhaoge pinched his fingers and firmly held onto the sword. Then, Yan Zhaoge stabbed his sword forward. As if splitting the heavens and earth apart, he instantly arrived in front of Taoist Qin Zhang. He pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers and horizontally slashed towards Taoist Qin Zhang's neck. Taoist Qin Zhang hurriedly evaded and barely managed to avoid being hit by his neck. However, Yan Zhaoge took the opportunity to twist the sword in his hand. With the sword's tip pointing towards him, the old Taoist was pierced through, nailing him to the ground. As for Taoist Zhao Zhan and Yao Yunqing, they had nowhere to run. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm and grabbed them. "All right, we can talk now." Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he looked at Taoist Qin Zhang, whose face was filled with despair. He didn't ask why Taoist Qin Zhang, and Yao Yunqing wanted to make things difficult for him and his father. Instead, he asked, "What exactly is sealed by the immortal trapping sword seal? Or rather, who is it sealed?" Taoist Qin Zhang and the others remained silent. "Why? You want to trick me into opening the seal and hope that the big fella within the seal will kill me and avenge you?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Chapter 1524. Allow me to brag shamelessly. Even though my father and I are still at the mysterious immortal realm, there are absolutely most virtual immortals in the world that can't do anything to us. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Taoist Qin Zhang, you fought against me just now. You should know this. If that's the case, the one you have high hopes for is definitely not a profound immortal." He looked up at the sky and said, "Although the ancient immortal trapping sword is powerful and even borrowed the power of Grand Master Jade Cauldron Slew, it is, after all, an ownerless sword. Unless Grand Master Jade Cauldron is still alive, it would be difficult to seal a genuine grand heavenly immortal. It is the same for Buddhism demon race great sages and 9 underworld's great devils. If that's the case, there aren't many possibilities left." Yan Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at Taoist Qin Zhang. "And the others, a grand heavenly realm heretic, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, or the Immortal Court. By the way, do you know the existence of the Immortal Court?" Taoist Qin Zhang was pierced by the sword, and Yan Zhaoge's sword qi continuously traversed through his entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Taoist Zhao Zhan looked dejected. Yao Yunqing snorted coldly. "So what if you've guessed it? If you want to leave the Jade Spring world, you must break the seal. No matter what, you have to face him." They had not said anything earlier because they had hoped that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di would meet that opponent without any preparations at all. Since Yan Zhaoge had already guessed it, there was no need for them to continue hiding it. Taoist Zhao Zhan said slowly, "Immortal Court? We don't know, but the person sealed by the immortal trapping sword is indeed a Pure Land Buddha. If we're talking about heretics, although the scripture's meaning has changed, he's clearly a Buddhist bigwig from the central blessed lands of Sa. How can he be considered as heretics?" Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, not having any mocking intent, as he just felt a little emotional. "That's why I say that there are some things that you really do not understand. This place had been sealed for 2,000 years and had never come into contact with the Immortal Court. Maybe it was a coincidence. As for the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands, he definitely didn't know about it. Perfected Yu Ding might have known some things when he was alive, but it was clear that he did not have the time to tell his descendants. At this moment, Yan Di's figure flew out from the Golden Cloud Mountain. With a cold expression, he looked at Taoist Qin Zhang and the others. What caught the attention of the father and son was that on the other side of the Golden Cloud Mountain, several sword lights suddenly flew over from the west. The newcomers were a man and a woman, both Xian immortals. The woman's cultivation was higher, with 4 Qis fused aura, while the man's cultivation was 2 Qis fused aura. It seemed that he had just passed the pure profound tribulation. The two stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. They stared at Yen Zhaoga, Taoist Qingzhong, and Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga similarly swiveled his head to look at them, appraising them with a few glances before getting straight to the point. My name is Yen Zhaoga, and this is my father, Yen Di. My grandfather's name is Yen Xintang, and my grandmother's name is Di Qinglian. May I know how to address the two of you? Through the other party's reaction, he felt that these two were not the same kind of people as Taoist Qingzhong and the other two. When he arrived, he seemed to have been alarmed by the Golden Cloud Mountain's blood sacrifice and rushed over to check on the situation. However, they were obviously from the Jade Spring world. Moreover, from the way their swords flew, it was clear that their foundation was the Jade Cauldron Taoist's 9 forms of the pure Jade sword. However, it was slightly different from what Taoist Qingzhong had learned. From the looks of it, they were both from the Jade Cauldron Taoist Qingzhang's lineage. However, they came from different origins and developed on their own. When the two heard Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's names, they were shocked. After calming down, they cupped their fists towards Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di and introduced themselves. Greetings to the two of you. I'm Cold Star Mountains and Yen Cave's Tong Xinlin, said the woman. I'm Green Pine Mountain's Misty Flame Valley's Guang Tongzi, said the man. After Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di returned the greeting, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Taoist Qingzhong and the others with complicated expressions. Taoist Qingzhong, were you trying to break through the seal just now? Asked Tong Xinlin. Taoist Qingzhong remained silent, while Yen Di said coldly, to be precise, you wanted to perform a blood sacrifice to break through the seal. His gaze swept across everyone from the Jade Spring world. What happened to my parents? Tong Xinlin sighed, while Guang Tongzi answered softly, your father and mother sacrificed themselves for the Jade Spring world's living beings. They performed a blood sacrifice on the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's cadaver, setting up the Golden Cloud Mountain seal. Upon hearing that, Yen Di closed his eyes and raised his head in silence. Yen Zhaoga remained silent as well. Guang Tongzi added, only this seal is unique. It enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, isolating us from the outside world. Because of the seal, the space-time here had become very special. The world beyond worlds and the roving Jade heavens were supposed to be much larger than the Jade Spring world. Normally speaking, the strength of their boundaries would be much sturdier as well. However, when immortal realm experts fought against each other, they had to be careful. Otherwise, they might tear apart the boundaries and cause destruction. If both sides were strong enough, they might even cause destruction. As such, when immortal realm experts fought against each other, they would either restrain each other or enter the cosmos void to fight to their heart's content. However, within the Jade Spring world, Taoist Qingzhong had attacked with his full strength, and Yen Zhaoga had retaliated as well. As such, the destruction wasn't too severe. This was also part of the seal's contribution. Who's the one being sealed here? After a while, Yen Zhaoga asked. Tong Xinlin's expression turned solemn, and she said word by word, Sword Buddha. Yen Di repeated it silently, Sword Buddha, with Buddha as his title. He was a bigwig that had attained Buddhism. In other words, he was equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal. Although he was a heretic grand heavenly immortal of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he was still a Buddha. As for those with the title of sword, it was worth mentioning. Although Buddhism's dhyana martial arts were all-encompassing, they didn't have any traditions regarding the sword Tao. However, there were always exceptions. Buddhism had once produced a bodhisattva, and his era was even before the Sanzang Buddhist monk. Although he had entered Buddhism, he was still interested in the way of the sword. In the end, he opened up a new path in the martial arts heritage of Buddhism. He integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword and created his own reincarnation sword scripture. At that time, the outside world was used to calling him Buddhism's sword son. Later on, he respectfully addressed him as the sword bodhisattva. The improvement of the sword Tao was slow and arduous. As the sword bodhisattva created his own Buddhism's sword Tao lineage, he had to continuously explore his way forward. After the Middle Era ended, the central blessed lands of Saha transformed into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Many Buddhist Bantis left, and the sword bodhisattva was one of them. However, after the Great Calamity, when the blessed lands of the White Lotus fought against the immortal court, the sword bodhisattva, who had gone missing for many years, represented the blessed lands of the White Lotus in battle. At that time, he had already transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and attained the White Lotus Buddha fruit. Everyone had to address him as the sword Buddha. In recent years, everyone, including Yen Zhaoge and his father, had heard of the sword Buddha's disciple. He was hailed as the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su, the new sword Buddha. As for the previous sword Buddha, he hadn't shown himself for many years. "He's right here," Tong Xinlin pointed to the sky and said solemnly, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1525. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and gazed towards the sky. Just now, when Taoist Qingzhang and the others activated the blood sacrifice technique, they triggered a change in the seal, and the effects had yet to dissipate completely above the Golden Cloud Mountain. The sky was still dark red. Over 2,000 years ago, if I recall correctly, it was 2,097 years ago, fellow Taoists Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian came from beyond the heavens and visited our Jade Spring world. Tong Xinlin's voice resounded. A look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. They came to look for Patriarch Jade Cauldron and the immortal trapping sword. At that time, the Jade Cauldron cultivated being had already passed away while the immortal trapping sword was kept in the Jade Spring world. In the Jade Spring world, those who had yet to achieve the 5 Qis unification would find it hard to wield the immortal trapping sword. Therefore, although there were several different inheritances in this world, no one could truly occupy the ancient sword. However, this did not mean that they would allow an outsider to take the sword away, even if Yen Xintang revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity just like them. Fellow Taoist Yen mentioned that our orthodox Taoism is weak now, and the heretics are rampant. He wanted to invite us to join him. Tong Xinlin said softly, but it's a pity that someone else arrived before he could finish. Sword Buddha? Yen Zhaoge, and Yendi's gazes both flickered. Tong Xinlin nodded. Yes, the sword Buddha. Her expression became slightly erratic. The sword Buddha's sword came from the heavens, the venerable Buddha, and its might suppressed the entire Jade Spring world. Although the immortal trapping sword is here, no one can wield it. Naturally, it's hard to defend against the sword of Buddhism. Did he come for the immortal trapping sword, or for... Yen Zhaoge deliberated over his words. Tong Xinlin nodded and continued. The sword Buddha came to look for the Jade Cauldron founding master. After confirming that the Jade Cauldron founding master had passed away, he did not touch the founding master's slough. However, he wanted to take away the immortal trapping sword and convert us to the Pure Land Buddhism. The might of a grand heavenly immortal isn't something we can resist. Tong Xinlin's expression was somewhat gloomy. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression grew increasingly grim. Both of them had personally experienced the Sword Buddha's descent and the calamity that plunged the Jade Spring world into silence. No matter how outstanding a figure was, it was impossible for a mysterious, immortal realm cultivator to fight against a grand, heavenly realm Buddha expert, even if it was a heretic Buddha. It was just like how a mortal martial saint could try to fight against a leakless true immortal, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a tranquil, profound immortal. Similarly, profound immortals were unable to fight against heaven immortals. Not to mention the fact that their immortal aura could not harm their opponent's immortal splendor. Their own immortal aura would crumble in a single strike against the immortal splendor. When one ascended to the golden immortal realm, if they weren't restrained by other experts of the same level or were restrained by the feedback of the Grand Tao, then compared to mysterious immortals, they were practically omnipresent. In the past, the Sword Buddha was the same. His radiance enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, and no living being could escape. The Sword Buddha might not be able to forcefully illuminate a few Xian immortals, but he could forcefully illuminate others. However, the Sword Buddha didn't seem to mind such matters. He only intended to bring them all back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and hand them over to someone else. Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian were included as well. At this moment, however, Yan Xintang made a request. Since the Sword Buddha was famous for his swordsmanship, he wanted to compete with the Sword Buddha in swordsmanship. Out of everyone's expectations, the Sword Buddha agreed, said Tong Xinlin as she recalled. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said the Sword Buddha's entire life was immersed in the Sword Tao, and he was determined to open up a new path for Buddhism martial arts. According to logic, he had his own stubbornness. In fact, he was filled with the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. However, in the end, he forcefully opened up a brand new path and obtained his own achievements. Rumor has it that the Sword Buddha had already left the Blessed Land's teachings. However, he converted to the Maitreya Buddha's teachings in order to break through the origin heavenly tribulation and attain the Buddha's realm. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. However, it wasn't because he had lost confidence in his own path. Instead, his lifespan was nearing its end. The Sword Buddha had been famous for a long time. After that, his path was filled with twists and turns. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, his lifespan was shortened. Compared to other bodhisattvas or Taoism virtual immortals, his lifespan was much shorter. Now, after the Great Calamity, it was said that he was nearing his lifespan's limit. The reason why he converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus wasn't because he was afraid of death. Instead, he wasn't willing to let go of his Sword Tao before perfecting it. Attaining the Buddha's realm of heretics wasn't the same as attaining the Buddha's immortality. However, it could greatly replenish the Sword Buddha's lost lifespan. With that, he would have more time to continue deriving and perfecting his Sword Tao. I've heard some rumors about this Sword Buddha, or rather, the Sword Buddha. Yan Zhaoge said. He transformed the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword. The sword and I fused as one, and his body transformed into the 6 paths. Every 1,000 years, he would transform once. Tong Xinlin slowly nodded. That's right. In the past, we only understood it after some time. The Sword Buddha's body transformed into the 6 paths. Every time he transformed, his personality would be different. The heavenly Tao was compassionate, while the human Tao was filled with emotions and desires like a mortal. On the other hand, the beast Tao was muddled, as if it didn't know anything and fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state. Back then, was he transforming into the Azura Tao? Asked Yan Zhaoge. The Sword Buddha, who transformed into the Azura Tao, was exceptionally aggressive, stubborn, and competitive. That's right. It was the Azura Tao, Tong Xinlin answered. As a grand heavenly realm expert, he agreed to spar with your ancestor, a profound immortal. However, it seemed like he knew of your ancestor's name. Tong Xinlin's expression was filled with admiration. After that, our Jade Spring World's denizens finally understood the true meaning of top-notch sword arts. We finally understood how ignorant we were in the past. Yen Xintong wasn't the only one. The Sword Buddha also displayed top-notch sword arts that left the Jade Spring World in shame. However, while the Sword Buddha was strong, your ancestor was even stronger. Tong Xinlin said, the Sword Buddha's attainments in swordsmanship had already widened our horizons. As for your ancestor, he made us feel as if our entire life of learning the sword was a waste of effort. In the Battle of Swords, Yen Xintong won all 10 battles. As for the Sword Buddha, who transformed into the Azura Dao, he kept on fighting despite being defeated. He didn't bring the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Spring World's denizens back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he didn't let anyone leave either. Buddhist lights filled the skies and sealed the Jade Spring World, focusing on sparring with Yen Xintong. Yen Xintong gave the Sword Buddha limitless inspirations. While he was intoxicated, his attainments in swordsmanship skyrocketed. However, as the Sword Buddha improved, Yen Xintong kept on improving as well, suppressing the Sword Buddha. Halfway through the battle, Di Qinglian even unsheathed her sword and replaced her husband to spar with the Sword Buddha. In the past, your grandmother, Daoist Di, took out the sword by her waist while drinking. She tossed the wine bottle to the ground and wielded her sword towards the Buddha in the sky. Even I, as a woman, couldn't help but admire her. This scene has been lingering in my mind for thousands of years. Tong Xinlin sighed.